We are live.
Ina mana, ina reo, ina ro rangatira mā, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Rachel Rees toku ingoa, ko ro te koro mātua o whakatū. No mai, haere mai. Welcome to council members and council staff and the public for this meeting of Nelson City Council on Tuesday the 14th of June. We'll start today with karakia and I'll lead us in tuia. If you would like to join in, you're most welcome. Otherwise, you might like to say tuia with your microphone off. Tuia ki runga, tuia ki raro, tuia ki roto, tuia ki waho, tuia te here tangata, ka runga te pō, ka runga te ao, haumi e, hui e, tae ki e, kia ora. Welcome to everybody. I have an apology for lateness from Councillor O'Neill Stevens. I'll move that we accept that apology. Seconded by Noonan, thank you. I'll just do this by show of hands. All those in favour? Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. So welcome to the meeting. Usual housekeeping applies for Zoom. We will use the raise hand function for questions, and from now on we'll use the reaction function for voting. We do have opportunities for breaks during the day, and I'll try and time those sort of around a break every hour, but it might be slightly longer than that just to accommodate our reports as they come through, anybody who's coming to speak to papers. I have been advised that we have, in terms of the order of business, we were advised of a late item supplementary report and a confidential item. Both of those have been removed, or confidential item for supplementary report. Both of those items have been removed from the agenda. And I'm also advised that for item 11, NRDA statement of intent will be taken at 1 p.m. because we have representatives attending. So I'll just come back to any questions on the order of business before I move on to interests. Kia ora, Councillor Sensen.
Kia ora, Madam Mayor, through the chair. Thank you. So in regards to the late item which has been untabled or not tabled, am I able to ask a question about that?
Well, it's no longer on the agenda, so it's been withdrawn from the agenda. I was advised, so very briefly, all I would say is I was advised on the weekend that that the matter in relation to the holding company had not been included in the agenda itself, and my view was that it didn't meet the test for coming in as a major late item, and I didn't feel sufficient notice, so the Chief Executive has withdrawn those items.
Okay, thanks, Madam Mayor. I just noted that from that there's a future proposed date suggested, and I just wanted to understand if there are any implications for the continued formation and setup of the holding company. And as I guess specifically, I'm wanting to check whether the delay of considering it means that when it comes back to the Nelson City Council decision-making table, will it be kind of, I guess, essentially just for noting, or will it be that we're actually making a decision? Do you understand my question?
Yes, I do. No, I do understand your question completely, and no, it won't be for a full decision. And I'm sorry, it just didn't meet the process requirements that I expect for meetings, so it just can't be dealt with today. I don't think you should have been put under that sort of pressure to be trying to. Obviously, for the members of the Joint Shareholders Committee, we're quite familiar with the items, but for the rest of the council, you're not. So we'll pick this one up in terms of timing. There needs to be some conversations with the Chief Executive around getting timing, and in conversation with the Deputy Mayor, I think it would be worth going through a briefing process as well on that, particularly for the members of the council who are not on the Joint Shareholders Committee.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, no problem. Councillor Laurie.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just following up on Councillor Sensen's questions. When the holding company matter comes back to the council, will that be after Tasman District Council has made a decision, or will it still be before they make a decision?
It will now be after, because they, as I understand it, are making the decision on the 30th of June. So it'll be after that.
And I know there's a lot of interest in this matter, so I was wondering, could you give us a bit of commentary as to why the report didn't meet the standards that you expect for the meeting?
Well, when we're putting out an agenda, we need to note the items that are going to be on the agenda, unless there is a reason for something to have come later. But those, the Joint Shareholders Committee had met on Tuesday. They were recommendations from a committee, and they should have made their way through onto the agenda. To consider a matter as a late item, it has to have in this case, there has to be a time-bound matter, in my view, that had to be dealt with. Given Tasman are not making a decision until the 30th of June, that didn't meet the threshold test for me either. But I might go to the Chief Executive if he has anything further to add. Kia ora, Pat.
Look, you've summed it up very well, Madam Mayor. It wasn't on the agenda, but the other thing was we were also trying to turn around a lot of information at the last minute, questions from the Joint Shareholders Committee, and it ended up we were delivering a lot of very complex information late in the piece. So the combination of it not being on the agenda and not really enough time for all the councillors to read it, and that it's not time bound, made it eminently sensible to hold it over to another meeting. And it still requires the full approval of the Nelson City Council to go ahead. So there are no other implications other than the councillors have more time to consider the matter.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, just one more question, if it's okay, on this matter. You talked about perhaps organising a briefing before the decision comes to this table. Briefings traditionally are, or in recent tradition, have been confidential. Is it your view that that briefing will be confidential, or will it be a public briefing?
I would say that your comment is not reflective of our practice. So briefings are either public or confidential, depending on the subject matter.
Okay.
As our workshops. So we have a policy that the subject matter dictates whether there are reasons to have a matter in public or not public. And in this case, all of those matters were dealt with in public through the joint shareholders meeting. And so unless there were going to be matters canvassed around legal advice, there would be no reason for that to be in confidential, is my view. I'll just go to Pat. Do you have any different view on that, Pat?
No, absolutely agree, Madam Mayor. We have confidential briefings and we have public briefings, so that we would be giving you information, explaining, answering questions. We wouldn't be looking for input or direction. So it's a briefing, but certainly public.
Great, thank you.
No problem. All right, now moving on to the interest, just a reminder to keep interests register up to date. And if you have identified any conflicts of interest on the agenda, it would be helpful if you could let me know now. If something arises in the course of the meeting, please just signal and we'll take advice if you need to from the Chief Executive. I'm not aware of any public forums this morning. No, there are no public forums that have been signalled. We will then move on to the recommendations from committees. Let's have a look at what we've got. Have we got any of those? I think we had one from. We have one from the Strategic Development and Property Subcommittee, and I'll go to Councillor Noonan.
Madam Mayor, just prior to that, you've got one from Audit, Risk and Finance.
Oh, have I two? I have two. Thank you. Let's take yours since you're there, and then I'll go back to the other one.
Okay, so mine is at 5.2 on the agenda. So the recommendation from the subcommittee is that the council approves releasing draft Nelson Marina Master Plan for consultation and community feedback, and approves the public feedback documents. So it's all sitting there waiting, but people are really interested in it. So it'd be good if everybody supported this. So I would like to move that recommendation.
Been moved by Councillor Noonan. I'll go to Councillor Edgar.
Yeah, I just wondered if Councillor Noonan wanted to comment on just a couple of the key changes since the draft that came to SD&P in regards to the Sea Sports Centre.
Is it okay, Madam Mayor?
just because it's not on this agenda, people won't know, you know, that there were some changes made to it. If they didn't, unless they attended that meeting, they won't know that.
Thank you, Councillor Noonan. If you'd like to highlight any changes, that would be appreciated.
Thank you. Look, the main ones were actually raised by Councillor Edgar, and they were to really clarify the difference in delegations between SDP and community and recreation, to make sure that the Sea Sports building Sea Sports proposal is worded carefully, so that we're not making any decisions really on that. It's really the main master plan. So there've been some alterations. Have I missed anything, Councillor Edgar?
No, mainly just that it's focused on the potential location rather than being a consultation on a Sea Sports building.
Right.
It's about the location, and discussions on the Sea Sports building itself will come through community and recreation.
That's right.
I'm happy to then second the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right, any debate? No. Councillor Noonan for debate.
Just very quickly, just say that there's been a lot of work gone on this, and when we brought it to the workshop with councillors, there was a lot of excitement, and actually that's probably the most excitement I've seen for a long time. There's certainly been some interest in the community, and I was even on the radio this morning, so there you go, that's a rarity. So there is some interest in the community, and the media are picking that up, so well done to those that have sort of prepared all that. I'm really interested to see how this goes, and there will be we're actually going to have some face-to-face meetings, so keep an eye out for that. So I'm really, really excited. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now vote. All those in favour or against, please use your reaction button. That is carried. Thank you, everybody. We'll go back now to item 5.1.1, which is the recommendation to Council to approve the draft annual internal audit plan for the year to 30 June 2023. Go to Councillor Sanson.
I'm happy to move that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Edgar. Are there any questions? No questions? Any debate? No debate. In that case, I'll ask you to please use your reaction button to vote. Thank you. That is carried. The next item on the agenda is the Miz Report, and I'm going to keep that just very brief to what is in the papers today. You will see that we have been accepted into the World Health Organization's Global Network for Age-Friendly Cities and Communities, which I think is a really positive step. I want to acknowledge all of the work that has gone on for the city with the City for All Ages strategy. Councillor Laurie, I think you lead that piece of work, and really pleased to get the acknowledgement from the Minister of our acceptance into the program. So this is just a receiving report today, and I'll move that we receive the report. Do I have a seconder?
I'm happy to second it, so Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Courtney.
And in so doing, I think I appreciate you've mentioned Councillor Laurie, but I also think it would be appropriate, and I think you'd agree, that we mention the officers, particularly Group Manager of Strategy and Communication, Nikki MacDonald, and also Paul Steer, who is Chair of the Community Steering Group for this activity.
Thank you, Councillor Courtney. It's been great teamwork. Council and the community working together, and more to come. Anyone else wish to speak to this item? If not, I will now put the motion, ask you all to vote. Thank you. It is carried. Our next item on the agenda is the adoption of the annual plan 2022-23 and the setting of rates. And I will hand this item across to Ms. Harrison, there are a couple of items that she wanted to note. I think there are some small corrections to what is in the report, and you'll have had the Mayor's Forward tabled yesterday. That is just being added into the document. So as we go through, now does that require a change to the recommendation? If it does, then Robin will pop something up on the screen in a moment. So I'll hand across to you, Nikki, and you can just let us know what changes are needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So through you, there's a slight amendment to the resolution for the general rate and UAGC amounts. The total amount was correct, but it was misallocated between the two, so we just need to correct that. Within the report, 5.14 talked about the total capital program. I think in the report it was listed as 71.6 million. There was a late capital expenditure change, and that amount should be 67.4. Within the actual annual plan document, which was issued under a separate paper, on page 32, there was one of the headings within the funding impact statement talked about discounts, and we no longer issue discounts for early payment of rates. So we've just removed that word out of the heading. And I suppose, yeah, so really an introduction to the final annual plan adoption report. So year 2 of the LTP had a rates increase of 5.4% and debt of just under 160 million. The final annual plan is exactly at 5.4%, and the debt is ever so slightly up, about 1.1 million at 161 million. So the other change that we worked through earlier in the year was the UAGC. So the UAGC, we have progressively been reducing as the fixed water and wastewater charges increase. So we made a decision in March to reduce the UAGC from 13% to 11%. So I think those are the main highlights, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Nikki, I'll open for questions. Councillor Edgar.
Yeah, sorry, I had to go right back to the starter. An amended resolution flashed up on the screen very quickly, but the resolutions are spread over 8 pages, so I don't know what page it related to. So I'm not sure what I'm correcting. So could we know what page that was referring to and where I'm meant to be correcting?
Thank you, Nikki.
So through the chair, within the actual report, it's on page 16.
Okay, and what was being amended? The general rate?
The general rate dollars and the UAGC dollars, all the factors throughout the rest of the report are correct.
Right.
The rest of the resolutions. So Robin, did you want to put it back up, please?
They are up now.
Oh, there we go.
Now, so there you go, and you can write those down, and then the other one is a uniform annual general charge underneath that. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back.
Thank you. Everyone happy to stop screen sharing? That's down now. All right, I'll move on to Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just something that caught my eye on page 33, item number 7, back alleyway cycle compound shelter. I'm a big fan of bicycle and active transport infrastructure, but that one caught my eye because we have a outstanding bike shelter out the front of Civic House these days. And given the high number of people who are now working from home, the reduced number of people who are working at Civic House, I was thinking that really we should be making better use of that facility out the front of Civic House before we go looking at building anything else in any back alleyways. And so I know that a number of us have raised this in the past. I don't remember when this got we agreed to this funding. I'm sure it was in there somewhere, but I think circumstances have changed, and I don't think that would be money well spent. And I know that it's not being proposed that we spend it. It isn't proposed that we spend it for a while, but I would like it noted that I have that concern in the minutes, and I would actually like to see that disappeared, because I don't think we have a need for it right now, and I don't think we have a need for it in the near future.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Laurie. I think there's time given where it's planned for it to be removed next time.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yep. Okay, that's fine.
If it can be noted, that'd be great. And also on page 35, there's reference to railway reserve lighting. It's item 128, 128. I was just wondering, we had a workshop, or was it a briefing? I'm not sure, but I think it might have been a workshop recently, where we talked about how we might spend the Three Waters Better Off funding. One of the ideas that was discussed at that workshop was potentially using that funding to light the whole railway reserve all at once, which I've got to tell you, got me very excited. And I'm wondering, if we were to make that decision, what would happen to that money that's already in the plan?
I'll have to go to Ms. Harrison to answer that one. I think it would just be, we wouldn't spend it, I think is the answer.
So through the chair, I think, you'd reassess the dollars when you actually understood how much funding you were allocating towards that project. So it's sitting there as a placeholder at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Sanson.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, through the chair. So on page 33, item line number 10 to 12, it's account 1540 Forestry. I note that the most significant overspend in this report is in the forestry account, a $625,000 overspend, and just wondering if officers could give some insight into why this overspend is so significant.
Thank you. Who would like to answer that one? Mr. Levertis?
Through the chair, I will. There's a lot of work that's actually happening in the forestry. We've recently constructed a bridge over the Mai Tai. That was some significant dollars, and work on the roading bridge is about to take place, which will allow allow us to open up the harvesting. So there's those two significant infrastructure costs that have been added, and then obviously the harvesting will flow from that. But those were the two significant issues: the Mai Tai bridge and the roading bridge, which is just about to start. And they are significant, especially the roading one is a significant structure. So it's got a very, very wide span, and it's significant. So that would, by and large, account for the infrastructure that's going in.
Thank you.
And are those bridges required for forestry harvesting?
Through the chair, so we are, on the one hand, yes, they are, because we no longer take our vehicles or the logging vehicles through rivers. But in addition to that, it also provides safe access for the roading caretaker who lives on the other side of the river and currently has limited access in case of flooding and in case of emergencies. So that would also provide that assurance to the roading caretaker. But in large, it also serves to prevent us from driving through water bodies with trucks.
So is there a risk that they could become sunk costs if this council decides to take an alternative approach to afforestation in the public reserves, in the near future, or is the other benefits of these structures sufficient to offset the risk of them becoming sunk costs?
So through the chair, the Mai Tai Bridge has already been installed and built, and that was to facilitate the harvesting. The one in the roading is about to start. As I said, it's not just for roading; it's also for the caretakers, and it's also for recreational use as well. I think irrespective of whether the council decides to do away with commercial forestry, there will still be a substantial amount of work to harvest existing forestry. We've still got about 500 hectares in total, and those will need to be harvested irrespective of what we replant. So I think this is a long-term game, and certainly those two bridges have far-reaching benefits, not just for the for forestry, but environmental, recreational, health and safety.
That's great. Thanks very much, Alec. So my next question is page 38. Just looking at the assessment of annual plan budget the variance to capital and operating budgets. I wasn't sure where to ask this, so I've put it there. But when I'm looking at the significance and engagement policy criteria, I'm just wondering whether the contingent liability of unpaid shares, which is across both councils 233 million, but Nelson City Council's share, which would be 166.5 million, from the establishment of the holding company for the port and the airport, is this being reported in the annual plan in some way, that contingent liability?
I'll come across to Ms. Harrison to answer that question.
So through the chair, that decision hasn't been made yet by council about whether or not to proceed with the holding company proposal. I mean, they've made the initial decision to proceed, but the final decision hasn't been made. So it hasn't been included in the annual plan.
Right, but I guess we are being asked to sign off on the annual plan, knowing that that decision is imminent. It was going to be today. It involves strategic asset, and it also impacts council's ownership interests. So I'm just wondering, why would it not be in the annual plan?
Let's go back to Ms. Harrison.
So through the chair, it's would be recorded as a contingent liability, and it wouldn't appear in the annual plan.
So we don't, I guess, disclose through the annual plan those kinds of changes? Is that not normal?
I think we'd see them through the annual report. So as we go through into the annual report, so it's not a budgetary issue, but it would be put into the annual report, I think, Nikki. That's where you'd see
So through
it.
the chair, the contingent liabilities are recorded in the annual report at the end of the year. So it would be, if you made a decision in July, it would be in the next annual report. It would be recorded in the notes to the accounts. It doesn't impact the financials in terms of the balance sheet or the P&L.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not so sure. I mean, we're being asked to look at the significant engagement policy criteria, and one of those items says decision involves a strategic asset as listed in this policy. I guess the port and the airport are strategic assets of the council, and we are in the next.
I think
yeah, I guess I'm surprised that it's not in the annual plan, but yeah, thanks. Nothing more. Yeah.
No, it's not in the annual plan because it's not in the sort of budgetary envelope. But what you're raising is questions that the officers will need to be able to respond to when that holding company matter comes to council in July.
Thank you.
Good questions, Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Most of my questions have been answered. There were several minor ones. One that I might want some commentary on is the page 16 of the what I call the pretty version, which is it talks about the ceiling tiles, but it's got 2 different bullet points, and I found it quite complicated or confusing. So I see that I've got a response, but I didn't get it till after this meeting started. So I think Nikki McDonald might be answering that one, just to clarify between those 2 paragraphs.
Thank you. I'll come to Ms McDonald.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes. So the question was about the 1.5 included for Civic House ceiling tiles, and the next bullet saying the funds budgeted in the LTP have been carried over. So the first bullet on that page 16 is talking about changes to the 22-23 budget for Civic House ceiling tile work. There's no budget in 22-23, so 600,000 was added by a council decision. 165,000 was carried forward from 21-22. 218,000 was transferred from the roof renewal budget of 22-23, and 517,000 was transferred from the refurbishment budget of 22-23. So that all of those numbers add up to the 1.5 million in the annual plan for 22-23. The second bullet is talking about changes to the 22-23 budget for the Civic House refurbishment. So we had an original LTP budget there of just over 2.2 million. There was an additional 750,000 carried forward from the 21-22 year, and then there was 2 million carried forward to 23-24, and that 517,000 transferred to the Civic House ceiling tile work. So all of those numbers now leaves us with a budget there of 500,000. So sorry, it's quite complex, a lot of numbers moving around, but those bullets don't contradict each other.
Can I be forgiven for feeling slightly confused?
There's a lot of numbers in there to add up, sorry.
Yeah, and I just thought others might benefit from hearing the your response. So thanks for that.
If it would help, I could send those 2 paragraphs around that I was referring to councillors, if anyone else who would like to see that.
Are they not included in the document, Nikki?
Yes, they are, but it's just explaining those bullets in a sort of a longer way, if anyone else found it confusing.
They looked a little contradictory to me, so I just wanted to get them sorted as to how they fit. I'm still not quite sure, but I'm sure they're fine, but I'll need to ponder on them. So that's okay. Thank you for answering. The only other question I've got, Madam Mayor, is page 79, which mentions a regional community facilities fund. And I said in my email, is this a thing? So if somebody could respond to that, that would be great.
Thank you. Who would like to respond? Mr. White, thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair. So that's a continuation of the LTP, which refers in the LTP table to the regional community facilities section. So this is a continuation of what is in the existing LTP. And under that regional community facilities section, the water sports building sat in the LTP as well.
Yes, I still don't know what it is, Mr. White. Is that a fund that sits there that TDC and ourselves can access, or I didn't get the response in the LTP. I wasn't sure what it meant either. So maybe we just get some clarity, and that I can pop that in one away.
Mr. White?
My understanding, through you, Madam Chair, is that is just a category in our long-term plan. The name of that category is regional community facilities, and I think you would think that the Sea Sports building, because of its purpose, would be considered to have regional value. So I think it's probably just a descriptor that explains the purpose of that facility.
Right, thank you. Can I just ask,
Madam Mayor? There's no money there then. I'm just thinking there's a facility that the regional community funding facility. So obviously not. Thank you. I'll leave it with you, Madam Mayor.
Well, I just do want to clarify that. Have we got a line which has got funds in it? Or is there no such fund? I'll go to Ms. Harrison. Thank you.
So through the chair, there was an amount of 375,000 in the long-term plan that was still sitting within that regional community facilities line, and it's been removed for the annual plan, just to clarify.
Right, and what was that a budgetary allocation? Or was it a carryover of other funding?
I think it was a carryover from previous years where it just was still sitting in there, as opposed to when it, within the long-term plan, the bulk of the funding was sitting within the marina account. That was just a residual amount sitting there, so it's been removed.
All right, thank you. I don't think it's necessary for the annual plan decision today, but I probably will have a little bit of follow-up to try and just track where that money came from originally, whether it was money that was left over for another regional project that didn't get spent, so we can just see where that sits.
Thank you. That was, I'm wondering where that 375's gone to, so maybe they could cover that off at some point too.
Thank you. And just before we leave the ceiling tiles, Ms. McDonald, do you want to cover off the Alma Turner Library tiles in terms of budget allocations for this annual plan?
Yes, through the chair. So there's no change required to the annual plan in relation to that issue. There is existing funding in the current financial year, 21-22. We will be requesting a carry forward of that money in the usual carry forwards report, which will come to council in August this year. And if there is in future a need for more funding to be allocated, that would be a separate new report to council.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Councillor McGurk.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor, and through you. A couple of questions from me around the infrastructure carry forwards. Looking at pages 34 to 35 on the report, but also paragraphs, I think 5.5 to 5.13. There's some big chunky numbers there, and there's a bit of an explanation has gone on. I just wonder if it's probably to Mr. Levertis, probably know the answer to these questions, but just in terms of transport, the big ticket items we've got is the resales, but there's also some other work. So you can just have a bit of a deeper explanation and some assurance that when that will be spent, if it's been carried forwards. So it's transport at, say, line 104.
Thank you. I'll come across to Mr. Levertis.
Thank you, through the chair. So yes, I can give the council assurances that the monies that we are carrying over, a lot of that work has already commenced out on site, and we are carrying that money over for various reasons. And the reasons include our sites being particularly hard hit by COVID, and that has certainly slowed down the delivery of our projects. And as councillors know, some of our contracts have actually had no activity on them for 1 or 2 weeks while people recover from COVID. So, but having said that, I can say that the carryover for transport is about 2.5 million, and that comprises in the main about 800,000 for resale, and that will certainly be spent next financial year. Then it's made up of smaller items, 150k for the Selwyn Works at the top of Upper Trafalgar Street, 420,000 for structure replacement at the Polford and Jenner Road, and then 260,000 for Miller's Acre. I'm just going big ticket items, and those projects are well on their way and will be spent. Wastewater, again, 3.5 million carryover. That is in the main the Washington Valley sewer, part of the Hastings Street contract, which has now been done over 2 years, and the Awatea pump station, which is well on its way for completion. Stormwater, 4.4 million, 2.3 million relates to Hastings, 200,000 for Airlie Street, definitely will be spent, 1.5 million for Watney Terrace, that work is about to start on site, and 250,000 for the Centennial Park outfall and stormwater treatment, and that contract has been awarded and will be starting on site within the next few weeks. Water supply, in the main, about it's not a lot, it's about 500,000, 478,000 to be exact. 103 of that is for Hastings Street, and then 275 for Etowai reservoir investigation, and that will also be spent. I've gone through quite a bit of detail, but certainly the carryovers, I am quite confident will be spent next financial year through the chair.
Yep.
Thank you.
Subsequent question, probably nothing to do with the infrastructure, but just checking that the draft resolution has been externally legally reviewed. Who answers that?
Through the chair, I can answer that. Yes, that was reviewed by Simpson Grierson.
Thank you.
Did they make any change, or any as a result of any changes?
Ms. Harrison, any changes?
Through the chair, not that I'm aware of. They generally make, so it's reviewed in conjunction with their funding impact statement, and it really is just making sure that they're consistent between the two. You will notice that this year, through the chair, we no longer have clean heat, warm home or solar saver rates. They've both run their course, and so the resolution's a lot shorter than it used to be.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Eager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Page 24 in the table shows, I'll just go there myself, for the debt revenue ratio, shows that it was originally going to be 113%, but then actually in March it dropped to 112, and then now the final one's going back actually up over to 114. Now there's a minor comment at 5.21 at the report, but nothing that actually explains the down and then up to higher again. So could someone explain that, please?
Thank you, Ms. Harrison.
So through the chair, we've discovered that in the March where we said it was 112, it was actually the debt and the revenue numbers were correct. It just wasn't pulling through correctly. So we've always assessed that movement between, which is primarily driven by the debt, is immaterial to the decision around consulting or not. So the figure that was presented in March of 112 should have been 114 at that point in time.
Okay, thank you. Still on page 24, capital spend is increasing by 5.4 million, but net debt is only increasing by 1.1. Could you just explain the variance of that?
Through the chair, that's a very good question. There are a whole lot of other items impacting debt that have been offsetting the increase in debt. There have been a number of asset proceeds put into the annual plan from sale of properties. There've been, we were, if you remember from the long-term plan, we were intending to loan fund the Nelson Plan expenditure. With that being on hold, that's had a reasonably significant reduction in that debt number. There's also been some additional drawdowns on the housing reserve that we hadn't made any assumptions around the drawdowns this year, and we've also put a provision in next year of $2 million for potential drawdowns on those reserves. So there are a number of, and I think the grants from NZTA have changed as well. So there are a number of other items impacting the net debt amount other than just the capital expenditure items.
Lovely, thank you. Just in relation to income, is the better off funding in the income at this stage, and how will that be accounted for?
So through the chair, because the applications aren't closing until September, we thought it, and we weren't aware of which projects we'd be tagging that funding to. At this point in time for the annual plan, we've left it out.
And there was an expenditure we couldn't depending on the project, it may not be spent in this financial year.
Yeah, so sorry, through the chair, I think there's it doesn't all have to be spent in that first year, so we wouldn't really have a clear indication right now whether or not we'd be picking projects that we'd be able to deliver in this annual plan, or whether or not they would be the year after or the year after that. So I think there's 3 years to spend the money.
Yeah, thank you. And I know you gave this correction right up the front, but I just didn't catch which way the correction was going. So it was 5.14, whether the capital program is 71.6 million or the 69.4 as in the graph.
So through the chair, it was 69.4. It was overstated in the report commentary.
Yep, lovely, thank you. Just in relation to the library project carry forward, so we do have can you just explain, so because we do have at attachment 1 a big graph of carry forwards, and so is that not in there because you mentioned it coming forward to an August report? So I don't understand why it maybe isn't in this current report, and whether it is considered in any of the scoping that has been done to date, whether we should actually be considering increasing that budget now.
So through the chair, so we do carry forwards a number of times through the year. So what the numbers that are attached to the report that you're referring to, Deputy Mayor, are the carry forwards that are now being reflected in the annual plan numbers and the capital expenditure items for the next financial year. And we also do another carry forward report in August, September that goes through the audit, risk and finance and then to full council for approval. So that 200,000 would be in there. And in terms of the solution for our Matuna Library ceiling tiles, the consultants are working through the detailed seismic assessment at the moment and have some ideas of what potential solutions. They're working on that concurrently with the DSA, but they do need the DSA, the detailed seismic assessment, to be done to assist with working out what that solution is. So we felt that it probably wasn't appropriate to make an estimation of what that solution may cost.
Right, and so that it's not being carried forward now suggests that actually some of it or all of it might be spent before the end of the financial year, because there is currently work being done in that area.
Well, yes, through the chair, it's been addressed as a matter of urgency, and there could be some, if there is a reasonably straightforward solution, then there could be some money spent this financial year for sure.
Okay, and just if I can just pick up, and maybe this is an email that's going to come out later, just the regional community facilities line. So, because that used to actually relate to things that were agreed between Nelson and Tasman as regional facilities. There's the regional facilities funding forum that, would meet, and there was criteria to agree as to whether something was classified as a regional community facility or not. So has there been any discussions as to whether the marina meets those criteria with Tasman?
Question for Mr. White, I presume. He's with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly not since I've been here that I'm aware of, but potentially prior to that when Council set the budget for that project through the LTP.
No, not that I'm aware of. I'm not aware of the regional funding forum hasn't met for a decade or more, I think.
No, it could be less. Because in the LTP it was under marina, not a regional community facility. So it would have been only if there's been subsequent decisions. So I don't recall Council classifying it as that, but I'm just, has have there been any discussions with Tasman as to whether it's a regional community facility, or do we, need to?
Well, I think Mr. White's answered that. The answer was no, there hasn't been in his time, and there wouldn't have been prior to that, because as you said, it was not showing in that way in the long-term plan. At a governance level, I've had no conversations at all with Mayor King. I'll just check with Councillor Noonan. Has she had any conversations with anyone at Tasman District Council about sea sports facilities?
I haven't talked to anybody about no, I haven't talked to Tasman District Council about anything, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
At all.
So I guess my follow-up question then is, can we then put it in the annual plan as a regional community facility?
Well, you'll have to take us to the page. So Miss McDonald and Miss Harrison, where it's referred to, and then we'll have a look at it.
I think it was page, Councillor Noonan had it before. Was it page 32? Councillor Noonan.
Nothing like putting me on the spot, Judine.
If it's in the agenda, it will help me if you reference that page.
Oh, actually, I will have it, because it would have been in the regional sports, page 79. Have a look at that and see if that's any help to you.
The officers like to speak to this one.
Madam Mayor, I could try to answer this point. Yes, it's true. It's a long time since that forum for regional funding of facilities has met. It was very active during a period where there were a lot of regional facilities being built, and there were regular discussions between the two councils. I think what we'll find has happened over time is, because that hasn't been an active forum, that term has become more of a generic heading, which just includes facilities that you would say reasonably the whole of the region would make use of, but we have not been on either side requesting funding. So I think it is in our long-term plan a general heading, or in the annual plan. It's not meant to imply that it has been through a process with the regional funding forum.
Okay, I'm happy with that. I think as long as that is well, I guess, recognised. Doesn't mean there can't be a discussion, but yep, I'm happy with that. Thank you. Yeah, and I'm happy with the other answers I got via email. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ego. I'll go next to Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mayor Rachel. I'm looking at page of the officer's report. I'm looking at page 26, 5.10, and that concerns the major Rutherford Street stormwater upgrade that is commencing this year, and it's had an increase there of 640,000. And what intrigues me is that the justification for the 640,000 increase is put to change in design, scheduling of works, including longer construction duration to minimise disruption. Now that sent a red flag for me, and I thought, goodness gracious me, we were anxious prior to seeing this, about the time this particular piece of work was going to take, and then we're increasing the budget by 640,000 to allow it to include longer construction duration to minimise disruption. Well, I'm not sure that it'll do that. Can I have some commentary from Mr. Levertis, please, Madam Mayor?
I'll come across to Mr. Levertis. Do you want to give us a little bit of commentary about this project, Alec?
Yes, through the chair, I was just trying to find, we took a detailed report to the tender subcommittee, and I've got so many things open on my my computer screen. I dare say if I open up something more, I think it's all going to shut down. But through the chair, what we did on this contract is that we engaged in an early contractor involvement with the preferred contractor, which has since been awarded to Fulton Hogan. And what we came up with is a plan to minimize. There was a combination to try and minimize the disruption, as well as to achieve the contract works. And what they came up with was a 40-week construction program. And we are leading up to that with work about to start in July, August. But that 40-week program has taken everything into consideration in terms of trying to minimize disruption, trying to make the work site as easy flowing as possible, and to address all health and safety issues. As I said, this was worked intensely with the contractor, and this is the best option to get this. And it's a multi-million-dollar project. So we try to achieve a balance between minimizing disruption, not only to the businesses, but to the wider area, as well as health and safety out on site.
Thank you, Mr. Libertus. If you'll indulge, Madam Mayor, I'll continue with a couple of questions further on that to Officer Libertus. Have you considered the construction work being undertaken in the evenings and of a night? That will also minimise disruption to the businesses and the community.
I am just, Councillor Courtney, I'm just wondering if this is the sort of level of detail that's best addressed at the Infrastructure Committee, because I imagine that project's on the agenda.
Well, that's right, Madam Mayor. I quite agree with you. But look, there is a $640,000 increase in the budget. It's a large expenditure of $4.8 million, and there are three reasons given for it: to lengthen the construction time, and to a redesign, and to reschedule work. And I do think this is the appropriate time, in my judgment, and for the benefit and information of the community, why this $640,000 has been spent to extend the construction time. There's my point, my main point.
Okay, that's helpful. All right, so that's, I guess, Mr. Libertus, it's just as why is there is the expenditure to extend the construction time? Is that what's causing the issue here? It does seem a little bit counterintuitive that you're going to spend longer about it too, and that will reduce the disruption. I think that's probably where Councillor Courtney's trying to get to.
Exactly.
So through the chair, I'd also just like to point out that this has already been approved by council. This document is merely noting the additional budget. So this has been through the tender subcommittee, and it went through council, and council have already approved the additional expenditure. So I'm just trying to bring up the report. This questions wasn't given to me earlier through the chair, and
that's right. We can come back to it if you like.
I apologise for that, Mr. Libertus, and you did an excellent job answering about another 6 questions for me earlier this morning. So I do appreciate it, and I don't want to put you on the spot. That's not the idea of it.
Fine. No, I
this
know
is just to give it exposure for the community. This is my sole intention is to shine a light on it for the benefit of the community, and to say, well, the time is going to be extended, the longer construction period duration, and I want justification for that so they know about it.
I think Councillor Courtney was wondering whether it meant it shortened hours, perhaps, whether that was what's happening, is that it's not going into the evening or something like that, and maybe that's why it's taking a bit longer.
So no, through the chair, this, as I said, this was worked through with the contractor, and as part of the early contractor involvement, what we came up. So the additional costs aren't just the construction period. What we did is we worked with the contractor. They came up with a 40-week construction period. That in itself carries the cost. But they also had to look at the best order in which they undertook the works. And we do want to try and minimize. We could have gone in and tried to close that road in a totality, but we did not want to do that. We want to try at least maintain some traffic flow, because we realize that is a main entrance and exit into the city. We've also coordinated all our works with NZTA and Wakakutahi, but the additional costs also came through the continuing rise in material across the board as a result of COVID. So there were a number of things. And when you sit down with the contractor and you work through detail by detail, this is where you get greater costs certainty. But absolutely, the 40-week was seen as the best option for the contract as a whole.
Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor, to shorten the duration of the project, because this is lengthening it actually. That's what you've sparked my attention, caught my attention. So to shorten it, would you give consideration? Is it too late now to talk to the contract about doing night work? Through
the chair, that it is too late at the moment. We've come up with the plan, and the budget that we've got here is what we've requested, and we certainly wouldn't add any more complications. This is I think the ECI alone has taken about 3 months to work through, and we well advanced with the TMP. We're meeting out with the residents and the business. I think the plan that we've got at this moment in time is the best plan that we have for the success of this project. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I have another couple of questions, but I took a bit longer on that one than I anticipated. But look, page 29, it makes reference there, Madam Mayor, to Council has raised the issue of the possible review of the rating system with the Future for Local Government panel. And I was just curious to know the possible review of the rating system. Is it part of the Future for Local Government panel's terms of reference to extend into that area? Are we optimistic about that? Because that's a vital piece of work.
I believe it is, but I'll go to Ms McDonald.
Yes, through the chair, that's certainly something that they are able to look at, but we're really waiting to see their final report, and submissions from the community close at the end of June. So there's a wee bit of time before we see what they've focused on.
So we put quite a piece of quite a bit of work into that, did we?
Through the chair, this was through the conversation when the panel came to zoomed in to discuss with our elected members. It was in that conversation that it was raised.
Good. I'm pleased to learn that they have the facility there to look at this. The next one is 25, and I'll make this my last one. It's to do with 5.3, the refurbishment of Civic House. That's a big move of a large amount of money, 2 million into the 23, I think 24 year, and leaving 50 million to 500,000, sorry, to for this current year that we're moving into. I'm just sort of thinking, is it prudent to be moving further on, pushing further on, 2 million of monies set aside for the refurbishment of Civic House, when Civic House is in the flux, and after the revelations we've had about the condition of certain ceiling tiles and other things relating to Civic House, that we should be moving funding on? I would have thought it would have been prudent to sort of retain it and ready for the unexpected. And could we not do some of the strengthening for the earthquake strengthening and the refurbishment in tandem? Could I have some commentary on that, please? That's to do with the moving of $2 million from this year, 2023, 22, 23 to 23, 24 years.
Thank you. I'll come across to the Chief Executive. Pat.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think I've explained it at previous meetings where we are revisiting the business case for the refurbishment of Civic House. That one of the things we're finding is that every time we touch something in this 50-year-old building, it costs us far more than we expect. That while it's unchanged, it complies with the Building Act. As soon as you touch something, you have to meet new standards. So that the numbers for the refurbishment were starting to move up quite considerably, which gave us pause. Similarly, one of the things we've been working on is a hybrid working model for this building, and perhaps hot desking, and that could dramatically reduce the scale of building we require. Another reason for revisiting the business case. Similarly, the floor level of this building is set, and we will need to consider the flood modelling information, and we're doing that at the moment, whether it will be practical to stay in this building for as long as we had thought. And so for those reasons, we want to stop and revisit the business case for refurbishing this building. The other factor is that with the amount of change happening in in local government. Is it a good move for us to be owning a building, or is there more flexibility to be a tenant in a modern building? So for all those reasons, we pushed the money back a year while we did that investigation work.
We've got through you, Madam Mayor, have we got the luxury, Mr. Doherty, of time and pausing and business cases and so forth in respect of Civic House? Have we got the luxury of that? I mean, I thought there would be a high degree of urgency about all matters relating to Civic House.
So the Civic House structure is 100% of code, which is very impressive for a 50-year-old building. I won't use the phrase I used in a workshop to describe it. So the building itself is fine. It doesn't meet modern office standards, and it'll be nice to move more quickly. But we're talking, in the order of $25 million. We want to get this right. This is going to be a decision that's going to shape how this organisation works for a long time, and the situation has changed quite dramatically since we presented that business case a couple of years ago. COVID has changed the way we work, and that's one of the main drivers. And everything we've done on this building the costs have come in higher than we expected. So for those two reasons, we think that the pause is the best is the best way to make sure we make good use of ratepayers' money.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Courtney. Look, I'm conscious that we really should be taking a break because we're well over the hour now. So let's take a 10-minute break, and then I'll come back, and Councillor Fulton and then Councillor Sanson are next in the list for questions. So we'll come back at 15:15. No, but after that, take a 10-minute break, so 20 past. Kia ora tātou. I think we'll get underway again. To see if Councillor Fulton is ready for her question, and then Councillor Sampson.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Rachel. Look, I just had a quick question around page 32 of the report, number 6, the climate impact, where it reads, this decision will have no impact on the ability of council to proactively respond to the impacts of climate change now and the future. I guess I'd hope that it would say kind of the opposite, that it will allow us to proactively respond to the impacts of climate change now and the future, and that it will the adoption of the annual plan allows us to cast a climate change lens over all of the work that we're doing. And I'm just wondering why that's not being picked up in the report. So it's reflected on page 8 of the attachment. And I understood when Chris Cameron was here that there was a memo drawn up of how that section should be answered in terms of casting that climate change lens over everything we do. So I guess it just made me feel a bit like concerned that the work wasn't being carried forward. I think it has been, but is there a reason why it's worded that way?
I'll come across to Ms McDonald.
Yes, through the chair, staff were looking at that in terms of this not being a deviation from year 2 of the long-term plan, that we were delivering what had already been set out in the LTP. So there was no change to what we would be able to achieve through climate change. But certainly you could look at it as you're suggesting.
Okay, I'm just wondering in terms of reports which reassure the public, if we could continue to communicate to the public that we're casting climate change lens over everything we do. It's a pretty significant report in terms of adopting the annual plan, and the actual report itself is silent on climate change apart from in that section. So you know, I can find it in the attachment, but the point of the report in that section is to reassure the community that we are thinking about climate change at all times.
So I think, yes, I think we could, I think Ms McDonald, that's worth taking away just to think about how that section of the report is reflected. I think it could be read in the way Councillor Fulton is querying, but what you've said is it wasn't intended to do that. So I think we'll just leave that for some future report writing. Councillor Sampson. Councillor Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through the chair. I'm just referring to the questions from the councillor before Councillor Fulton. I can't remember if that was Councillor Courtney, sorry. But I noted that the CE commented in regards to Civic House that due to the flood modelling, we were going to be re-looking at whether it will be practical to stay in this building as long as we thought. So I just wanted to understand, or I'm seeking clarity as to whether there is some consideration that with increased flood modelling or inundation levels, there is consideration that we may not be able to stay in Civic House, or it may not be as practical to stay there as long as we thought. Is that the case?
Okay, thank you. I'll go across to the Chief Executive.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I didn't realise my camera was still off. Yes, it is one of the factors. As everyone's aware, we've received this new sea level rise modelling data based on ground level subsidence, and that has changed the numbers slightly. And so we're running the modelling again to see how that affects the library site. But the other thing is it also how it affects the Halifax Street intersection. And as I said, it's easy enough to raise land and set a floor level for a new building, but there are constraints on a building like this as to how you would protect yourselves from sea level rise. So yes, it is one of the factors that we will be taking into consideration in that business case is how how much we could raise the floor level and how long that would get us, and whether that's a worthwhile investment for the council on this site. As I said, it's easier for a new build, not so easy with existing structures.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. All right, any further questions on the annual plan? No, I think we've got all of the questions covered. So we've got a recommendation in the report. Now I just want to check, because sometimes we have to do these in a particular order and in sections. So can I just get one of the, I'm happy to move the recommendations, and seconded by Councillor Noonan. I just need to know whether they can be done all at once or they need to go in sections. So would somebody like to talk me through that one?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we should take those in sections. So the rating ones from 7 will all go together. Right.
If you could just perhaps talk me through the numbers. So I'm looking, yes, starting at clause 1 through to.
Yes, so if we could do 1, 2 and 3 together.
Okay, now everyone's very sure that we're doing this right, because I have had this before and that's had to be brought back, and I don't want it brought back today. If we could avoid it, please. So 1, 2 and 3 goes together. All right, so we are going to now question is, so does anyone wish to speak to the report? Just moving this, I would acknowledge that the rates rise is under the rate of inflation. It's still a significant rise, and that's a reflection of the volume of work that is being undertaken across the city. It's a busy program. There will be inevitably some changes as we move through the year, as tenders come in and we start to see some of the price movements. I know that there's been provision made in here to address those matters, but I think we'll just have to be watching that capital program quite carefully. Certainly the impacts globally are having supply chain issues for many construction projects, and again that'll be a factor that we'll just have to be mindful of. I think the work that Mr. Levertis has been doing with early contractor engagement has got us in the best position that we could be in, but it is a challenging time for everyone in the construction sector at the moment. There's a wide range of projects and proposals that are sitting within this plan, and I'm glad that Councillor Fulton highlighted the importance of our climate change work. There is a considerable amount in here with regard to both emissions reduction, improving our active transport, looking at our emissions profile for the community, and starting to do our DAP work, which is absolutely critical. So pleased to see those things coming forward. Also pleased to see that we're continuing to strengthen our partnership with the iwi o Te Tauihu, and in really creating opportunities for Māori decision making, both at our council table through the establishment of the Māori ward this year for the election, and also through our Māori representatives of joint committees. So I thank the staff for the work that they've put into this, and to the elected members who have sat through many sessions as we've done the checks and balances. We've stuck pretty much to what was in this year of the long-term plan, and I think that's a positive thing. We haven't consulted on the plan this year because there were no significant or material changes that needed to be made, and that's allowed our staff team to focus actually on delivery, and certainly given the disruption that we've had from COVID over the last few months, I'm very glad that we haven't had staff also tied up with a consultation process this time, because it really wasn't needed. So I think I'll leave it there. I'll go to Councillor Noonan and then we'll move to voting.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I have seconded this. I have got a caution on number 3, which is the budget carry forwards, and there's a lot of money going forward. And I think that while I'm approving it, we need to actually keep a really close watch on those budgets and the carry forwards and their potential increase in costs. So I'm approving that with a caution that we need to be keeping a very close watch on what's coming up to us with those big jobs. There's some massive jobs in there. Yeah, I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we're now going to move 1, 2, and 3. So if you just use your reaction buttons and we will do our voting. I think everybody has now voted. That is carried. Thank you. And Nikki, you'd just like to direct us to the next suite?
Yes, I think out of an abundance of caution, if we do number 4, which is the unbalanced budget separately.
All right, thank you. So let's ask us just to reduce, take your ticks and crosses down, and then we'll go for the, I'll now put clause 4, so if you could vote accordingly. It is carried. Thank you.
And then we'll do 5 and 6, which is adopting, and then 7 is is 1. So 5 and 6 can go together.
Just in relation to 6, I would at the moment like to just make a slight change to that, to delegate to the Deputy Mayor and the Chief Executive and another elected member other than me to do those if there are minor amendments. Chief Executive, got a comment?
Acting Chief Executive, I'm on leave from tonight as well, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So we'll have to have an Acting Chief Executive, an Acting Mayor, and Councillor, who would like to put their hand up? Councillor Sansom, are you happy to do that one?
Yep, I'm really happy to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Sansom. Thank you. So with those changes to clause 6, we'll now vote on 5 and 6.
I just need to say that I'm okay with that, by the way, as seconder.
Oh, thank you. Thank you,
just to get it sealed, belts and braces.
Thank you very much. Right. That is carried. Thank you.
And it's just the last recommendation, 7.
We've just got 7 to go, which is the very, very long one. It goes for several pages. And we're doing that with the change that was highlighted earlier in the meeting. I believe that's the 2 that have the, double check that.
Madam Mayor, would the staff mind reading those 2 numbers out at clause 7? I wasn't able to get my screen big enough to read it properly. Awesome, thanks.
Here we go. Can you see those now?
Yes.
Okay, so they're the 2 changes.
So the uniform annual general charge, yeah, okay, it's going from 11 to 8. Thank you.
All right. Stop screen sharing now, and I'll ask you all to vote on the final clause 7. Thank you. Right, I think everyone has voted. Thank you. That is carried. Thank you very much. So thank you to the team who have worked on the annual plan. There's a big staff team that bring this all together for us. So thank you very much for your mahi. Moving on to the next item on our agenda. We're on to library matters now. So we have the item 8, which is the Central Library Development Project Progress Report. That is pages 42 through 49 of your agenda. And I'll invite Alice Heather to speak to this report. We'll take the report as read, Alice, unless there are any corrections or additions that you need to make us aware of.
No.
All right.
what might be useful is I have got some questions that have been posed ahead of the meeting by Councillor Edgar and Councillor Sanson. Would you like me to speak to those first?
Well, I'll just go up to Councillor Edgar first, and some of them she may feel that she doesn't need to raise in the meeting, but others she may. So we'll start with questions from Councillor Edgar.
Yeah, excuse me. No, I'm happy for Alice to run through my questions.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Alice.
I do that now. So the first question was in regards to section 3.1, where we talk about the flood modelling will be revisited if new and pertinent evidence arrives, and Councillor Sanson had the same question. So the answer is yes. So the current situation with the NZ sea rise is new and pertinent. So Alec and his team have done flood mitigation modelling, and it's been completed with the new sea level rise and land displacement information. The impacts on the adjacent and adjoining properties are now being looked at in the wider environs, and this will be reported back to Council aiming for the July meeting. So that's a classic example of exactly the sorts of situations. And as the project progresses, if more information arises or there's changes in the legislative context, then we will revisit things again. The next question from Councillor Edgar, she wanted to know what is the pre-development agreement that we refer to, what does that mean? So the pre-development agreement establishes the agreed project planning and implementation process, the responsibilities and key decision points. So that's including things like the ability and a cost allocation between the parties, the ability to exit at key points and generally through the process. So in essence, it's an agreement to deliver the project at the site. So the intention is that the draft of that would again be brought through to Council. Section 4.11, will it be ready for Council consideration by the end of June? The short answer is that the negotiation team are working very hard to deliver that. So they're planning and striving for the July Council meeting for that to be there for you to review. It is tight. There's still a lot of work going on in that process, as it's quite a complex piece of work, but the aim is to report it to the July meeting. None of those other questions apply. Would you like me to move on to the questions, Your Worship, from Councillor Sanson?
I'll just check with Councillor Sanson if she'd like that to happen. So I'll go to Councillor Sanson.
Thanks very much, Madam Mayor. Is it possible for me to ask the questions?
Sure.
Thanks. It's just, you're doing a great job, Alice. I'll just juggle my screens. Thank you, Madam Mayor, through the chair. So thanks, you've answered the first question, page 44, 3.1, in regards to the New Zealand sea rise data. That's great. My next question, page 45, 3.16. At the workshops and meetings earlier this year regarding this engagement, Council officers commented that this engagement strategy would not be about the location, so that the community would not have an opportunity to have their views on the location considered. Is this still Council's intention?
Yeah, so the intention is not that the location can't be considered by the community. It's more that the focus of the engagement is around what the opportunities and experiences are that the community is looking for from the facility. So the idea is the engagement is focusing on that aspect of what we're doing, which is really independent of site. So yes, the intent is still to focus on what it is the community wants in terms of opportunities and experiences.
Thanks. And so then just to follow up in relation to that, if members of the community express concern around the site, will those comments be noted and logged and reported back through to Council?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, that's great. Thanks very much.
Yeah.
45, so page 45, 4.3.1. In regards to updates from the governance reference group, I just wondered how these are being communicated to all elected members. I'm just not aware that the wider elected member group has had updates from this group yet.
Through the Mayor, certainly it's fair to say it's been a little bit stop-start with the project, and so the intent is that there will be these quarterly reports, and then as part of the communication process, what we're proposing to do or will be doing is having fortnightly sort of bullet point updates coming through. So as part of that normal comms update that you get from the comms team every fortnight, there'd be content in that on the library project, so that will keep you up to date. And similarly, as you probably see from the comms strategy that we're doing next, underpinning that is the idea that we will be providing some good information with Q&As and stuff to elected members, so that you're all across the kind of key messages and things that we're doing. So certainly as we start to move into action again with the implementation of the comms strategy and the engagement process, yes, there would be fortnightly updates as well as the quarterly reports.
Okay, thanks so much. My next question at page 46, 4.5.1. I'm just wondering if you could give us some more information about what are the specific dates of the DAP or the Adaptive Planning Engagement, and what date the DAP Adaptive Planning Engagement will be reported back to Council, and whether the library engagement will be commencing before or after the DAP Adaptive Planning Engagement outcomes are reported back to Council.
Mouthful. Through the Mayor, certainly, just to be clear, Rachel Pemberton and I are regularly in contact. We're very aware of the interrelationship of the two projects. The library sits in that central city space, which is one of the areas potentially impacted, or the library site. So Rachel advises that the DAP engagement, or Nelson climate adaptation, preparing our coastal communities for a changing climate, so her wording. So that process is due to start the 22nd of June and to conclude about the 14th of August. So we have had some months back, some weeks back, had discussed, and it's always been the intent that the library process would be better positioned to follow after the DAP process. So that's when DAP's due to finish, is 14th of August. And Rachel also advises that she's intending to report the outcomes of that engagement through to Council at your September meeting. So while we haven't yet got a fixed date for when we're starting the library engagement process, it will follow on after that DAP process, because that's a good context discussion for the community, which the library project then can sit within that wider context.
Thanks very much, Alice. So just to clarify, the library communication engagement strategy will commence after the DAP engagement outcomes have been reported back to Council?
Just to clarify through the Chair, the idea is that from the communication strategy that comes up next, you'll see that we're proposing a context-setting communication phase, which is really just making sure that community understands what the library project is really about. So that communication phase will proceed, ideally from the beginning of this next month. So that will be going along in the background while the engagement process with DAP is commencing. The wider community engagement process that follows on from that context-setting communications phase is intended to slot in after the DAP engagement process.
Okay, that's really great, but I just really, so what I'm really interested in is the community engagement on the library going to happen after DAP is reported back to Council? Because I guess it's great for DAP to happen, but if nobody knows, the community and elected members don't know what the outcome of that was, then there's no context for the community engagement on the library. So I think that it's really important that the engagement on the library begins after the DAP outcomes are reported back to the Council table. And I'm just wondering if somebody in the organisation can confirm that that is in fact what will be happening or not.
So through the Chair, I need to make that clearer then. Yes, the intent is that the engagement for the library process will start beginning of October. That's our notional timeline. So that is intentionally after the DAP process is concluded and the community knows what's going on.
Okay, that's awesome. Thank you so much. And thanks for your patience. I just wanted to make sure I really had that clear. So my next question is page 48, 5.3. Just skip through to there. So I'm looking at the budget forecast and the actuals, and in this table, there's a reference to budget over project life, and I'm just wanting to understand what is the kind of definition of project life in this setting.
So through the Mayor, the project life is essentially from the start of the project in 2021-22 to the current projected conclusion of the project, which is when the building's, turnkey ready, which is at the moment 27-28. Now, that may slip a bit because things have moved out, but that is currently the project life. And so the estimated budget originally was 43 million, as I understand it, which has been inflation adjusted to 47 for that period of time, though that includes, of course, very generous contingencies to provide a bit of a buffer as well.
Okay, so I guess because this is all borrowings, and the borrowings plus interest over the expected life of the asset is, which I think is about 65 years, is what's kind of planned from a financial perspective, comes into the, it's estimated to be somewhere over $130 million of interest on the borrowings and the principal. Is there somewhere that the true or full cost of the project is going to be considered and reported?
Through the Chair, I'm probably not the right person placed to answer that particular question. The only thing that I can say is that in my experience, borrowing to fund capital projects of all manner of natures, whether they're infrastructure or anything else, is a normal part of how councils manage their business, because it's the more financially responsible way to do that. But I suspect that I'm not really the right person qualified to answer that question.
Thanks, Alice. I'll go to Ms. Harrison.
So through you, Madam Mayor, I mean, the depreciation and interest costs are met annually through the annual plans and long-term plans that are forecast forward. We never actually aggregate capital and OPEX together and publish a full amount on any of our projects, including our infrastructure projects. So it's not disclosed that way.
Okay, thanks. So, but do we, when we're considering a project, do we consider the full cost of the project over its expected life? And if not, why not? I'm just curious. I mean, and I guess in the private sector, when you're considering investment in an asset, you definitely consider the full cost over the asset life if it's being funded through borrowings, just because you need to look at what happens to that asset, in 65 years, and is it still going to be of value in 65 years, that kind of thing.
So through the Chair, in a private sector environment, you'd be doing a net present value of your investment, and you would have revenue offsetting it. This is a community asset that is invested for a long-term public good element. The 65 years was really a depreciation life of the asset. It's expected to last longer than that. And yeah, we're not in the private sector.
Okay. I mean, I know it's expected to last longer than that from a council planning perspective, but there are also other projections that it's likely to experience insurance and finance retreat in that location within about 20 years. So I feel that these questions are valid and important to be asking. Okay.
Ms. Harrison, a follow-up question. Ms. Harrison, have you got any insurance retreat information coming through or finance retreat information coming through for Nelson? I know that's something.
No, absolutely not from a council asset perspective. We're going through our material damage renewal at the moment, and I've had no feedback at all about insurance retreat from our brokers.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions, Councillor Sanson?
Yeah, thanks. So just to follow up, it's not expected that insurance companies give you a heads up 10 or 20 years in advance of when they are annually renewing policies. But I have requested that we do or get a kind of minimum due diligence for a project like this of climate-related financial risk analysis. It's regularly being undertaken. Some of the banks are already undertaking it. Unfortunately, LGFA doesn't undertake this. And I would hope that if we're really serious about this, that we would be able to do that for this project, because it is also of benefit to other stakeholders in that area to really understand the risks. And I think that council owes that due diligence to all of the stakeholders in that part of the precinct. And is that possible? Can we, are we still, I know council.
Thank you. Councillor says, I don't go too far off the library project today, but I would note that that's actually part of the process that's happening is through the DAP work, and we start with that, and then we have that conversation with our community. We get the updated modelling work, which is happening now, and I think that's all really good stuff to put in. And then we as a community have to have a look at what that's telling us, and then what that means actually for both public sector, private sector investment. But it's all very live matters that governance, elected members will need to turn their mind to. And so I would expect that will be part of the suite of information that will come forward and probably mature over the next few years. There'll be more of that information coming through. But I'll just go to.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I mean, can I just make a note?
I'm just going to go to the Chief Executive first, just to try and keep us moving along a little bit, and then I'll come back to you.
So, in terms of due diligence for the library site, in terms of sea level rise, flooding, we've done a huge amount of work on that site. Tonkin and Taylor described the modelling work we were doing as New Zealand leading. We're revisiting that now, and yes, insurance retreat may eventually become a thing, but if a building is built high enough that it's not going to get flooded, then, which we can do, then, and Toby has already commented on this, then insurance retreat will not be a factor. It's unfortunate in some ways. We seem to be having a sort of a precursor to the discussion that we will have in July when we present the flood modelling. But the other point I'd just like to make is we're expected to consider the intergenerational benefit of projects and make sure those costs are shared over generations, which means we fund by debt. So I'm not quite sure what Councillor Sanson is suggesting, but if we and those costs are reflected in our operating costs through the depreciation charges. So the more we spend on something, the more we depreciate it, the more our operating costs go up. And yes, if we have different designs of building that may have different lifespans, etc., then we would do all of life costs. That's certainly for a project that size. If we are left with some serious design choices, we would do that. But we are expected to share the costs of a project across the generations that benefit from it. Otherwise, it would be very hard for a council to do everything if we had to fund it out of 10 years of rates rather than across a much more appropriate time frame.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Sanson, any other questions for Alice?
So I'd just like to request that this be noted in the minutes that I would like council to undertake climate-related financial risk analysis regarding insurance and finance retreat for this project before, I guess, there's any further significant investment in this project in this location. I feel that it's the minimum due diligence that we should be undertaking, and I have been asking for this for the last 2 years. And then I guess in terms of intergenerational responsibility, and we have a responsibility to ensure that if we are taking on this debt and investing in this asset, that it is still going to be a valuable and useful asset for future generations who will actually be shouldering the burden of that cost. They will be servicing the debt. and I have concerns around whether we've undertaken the right kind of due diligence to date to really be sure of that. So is it possible to note my request in the minutes, please?
I think I'm not quite sure what it is that you would be request. We can note that you've raised that, what actually it is that you're raising and seeking. I think the officer would need to have a broader discussion around that to understand that. I'll just check in there with Chief Executive.
So sorry, Madam Mayor, that was a very long note. And what I do need to understand, is that an action? I mean, we've talked about, is this is this an action for staff, or is this simply Councillor Sanson noting her personal view in the minutes? Because there's quite a big difference.
From my perspective, it was Councillor Sanson noting her personal view, because I'd need to understand a whole lot more about that before we were going to what was involved in doing that. But I think it's worth picking up that conversation. So I think noting in the minutes is useful. And then I really encourage the officers to pick up that conversation with Councillor Sanson after today's meeting to really understand what, just a conversation to sort of see what it might be that that is the Councillor Sanson is thinking of here, and because it is important. So I just think there's a conversation to be had. I'm not asking you to start commissioning work, but just so that we're on the same page. And I think noting in the minutes will trigger that conversation, Councillor Sanson. Are you happy with that?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Just for the record, I did send through an email to yourself and the CE in the last 2 years outlining this specifically, requesting this be undertaken and requesting it be undertaken before we made significant decisions about the library. So I have made this request repeatedly. Thank you.
Thank you. And I understood that we had done a fair amount of that work in the meantime, but it's fine. We'll make it there and we'll just do a double round again, because it says, as Alice said, this is an iterative process. So as new information comes through and things change, the project team are updating. So let's go and revisit that and just see if there's anything there that the project team think needs picking up. All right, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Sanson. No more questions. I'll move on to Councillor Noonan, and then Councillor Courtney, and then Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question really is around the early findings of the geotech, because I think this will probably determine some major steps forward. The results of the geotechs, obviously they've been done, we've seen that. Are there any early indications on the geotechs?
Welcome across to Mr. Levertis. Oh, Alice, sorry.
No, better if it's Alec.
Thank you, through the chair. So yes, we have completed the first round of geotechnical investigations. And what I can say is that while I haven't received the final report, that there is nothing in those negotiations that creates a major concern for us. There are some further tests that need to be undertaken, just to look at the composition of two layers that are present from what we've seen in the first batch of testing. But even that, there's nothing in there that suggests that the site cannot be built on. I need to caveat that the consultants will be pouring through that data in a lot more detail to ascertain exactly what foundations will be required, and the foundations will obviously be dependent on the height of the building. But at this stage, for what we envisage for a 2-story building, there's nothing in the tests or from the consultants that indicates a concern at all. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So follow up on that, so don't go far. So from your early findings, is there any red flags on maybe budget? Obviously what you build into is going to be, as you say, they're going to look at what might be required to put into the ground. Have we got any early indications of any creep on the budget on that section of the work?
Through the chair, not at this stage. We will know a little bit more detail when the consultants actually look at the specifics following that analysis. But at this stage, no. And we're busy working with our partners in that regard. But at this stage, no.
Thank you. And so following on from that, also the budget for the coming year, which we've just done, the annual plan sign out. Are you still comfortable with what's in that allocated year for the work that you now will be looking at?
Through the chair, I think that's a general comment on the whole project, and I think the answer to that is yes. We're confident that where the budget sits is adequate, is correctly allocated for us to take this project forward for those distinct steps. Yes.
Let's go across to Alice. It's Alice, please, just to comment on that. Alice, you're tracking that budget, I think, aren't you?
Yes, through the Mayor, things are tracking fine. We're working to the budget as we expected, and there are no red flags at this stage, no.
Great, thank you. I did see in the report that for this financial year that you're good, so it's really the year coming July on that I'm checking on things. Thank you for that, Alice.
Fine at the moment through the Mayor.
Awesome.
Okay.
And one more question. Sorry, did you want to speak?
I thought you were finished, but I'll wait.
I've got one more. At 6.1, it says that a detailed risk register is being prepared for the project, which is regularly updated as any new risks are identified or risks are closed off. Are there any major risks that have been identified that we might need to know about? And how are they going to be reported through to elected members?
There are major risks that you may through the chair. Sorry, there are major risks that you may want to know about, and at the moment they're regularly reported to the governance reference group, who essentially are acting as your watchdogs, I suppose, on the project. So they are regularly reported to them, and the risk register is regularly updated. So it's something we actively manage and look at quite closely. But obviously, if it's something that councillors want to have more exposure to, then that's the sort of thing that we could update in those regular fortnightly update things. We could just let you know if there's anything that's spiked or concerning us around risk, or what we did initially was reported the whole risk register to the governance reference group, and we now just report on the extreme risks and then anything that we're modifying. But we're perfectly open to doing the same thing for the wider council team, because I think you're absolutely right. It's good to keep an eye on what's going on there. But certainly we're treating the GRG as your sort of eyes and ears on that.
Okay, so just a comment then, Madam Mayor, is that while the governance group are appointed to do that, they're not to make any decisions. So of course we don't want any surprises later. I think it's important that we kept abreast of particularly budget, timing, quality, and those risks. So those bullet point, I'm looking forward to seeing those bullet points, because for me, I feel like there's been a gap in information to the point. Actually, I felt really like this project wasn't happening. There seems to be there was sort of an absence of information. So I'm heartened by your report and by the reporting that looks to be coming. So thank you for that.
I think, Alice, risk should be, that's a key governance oversight matter, so that should be in those updates that you're going to start producing. I think it will be really helpful. And Councillor Stenson's just noted in the comments there today that also for a project of this scale, I think it would be a major project that the Audit, Risk and Finance Committee should be getting some reporting on as well. That would be my view. I think that would be appropriate. All right, moving on to Councillor Courtney and then Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My line of questioning is along the same lines as Councillor Noonan. It's to do with the geotech testing on the site. The community have been watching this and monitoring this work, this geotech testing work on the site. And so, other than what Councillor Noonan has asked, the question I've been asked, and I wonder if Officer Levertis can just give me that, what's the depth of the bores that are put down, testing the soils and things? What is the depth they've gone to with their bores, please?
Oh, through the chair, quite extensive from memory. They've gone through down to about 28 metres.
Thank you. That's all, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Levertis, I will look forward to getting that geotech information through. Is that going to be in July, do you think? The finals on that?
Through the chair, I'm busy working that through with our partner, because they have they are dealing with the consultant. But I'm hopeful once we get these other minor tests done, and we still have to get the rig in. I would imagine somewhere in July that I would have final reports for that. Yes.
Okay, but it'll be okay. That's right. As long as that's coming through, because it's certainly an area that I have from the beginning of this project. It's one that I've, from a risk perspective, very keen to see what we've got there. Thank you, Councillor Skinner.
Thank you for that. Hey, I'm just looking at the Nelson Regional Liquefaction Assessment, the Becker report, and I see many of us, including myself, have had a letter in the mail saying our property is possibly in a liquefaction zone, and I see on that the CBD is very much, including where the library is going with this, looking at this Becker report, and it says that it shows the library location in a liquefaction damage is possible. How's this new report sit in with where we're heading?
Mr. Lovertis, was that you again?
Through the chair, I'm happy to answer that. Can I also just clarify through Councillor Courtney? I've just looked up the figure. We've gone down to a depth of 38 meters. So I gave you a 10 meter too short. It's 38 meters, so it's deeper than what I indicated.
Sorry, meters, you say 38 meters?
38, yes.
38. Thank you. Yeah. As the mayor said, this has got a big bearing on costs, really, as far as I'm concerned, and other councillors. So it's important we know that early. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Through the chair, going back to Councillor Skinner's report, the detailed and geotechnical tests that are being undertaken will be analysed by the consultant, and one of the things that they will be looking at will be whether the site is prone to liquefaction, and if so, what remedial measures will need to be undertaken. And that will all be done as part of the overall assessment. But absolutely, I give you assurances that liquefaction will be considered, and whether the site is actually prone to that, and they're able to determine that with these specific tests that we are doing will be taken into account.
Sorry, when are these tests? These are tests that are coming up shortly. I mean,
Well, we've already completed a whole range. We've got some additional tests to do. We haven't got a fixed date on those, and then the consultant will be analysing all of that data. What I'm indicating to you is really just hot off the press, so to speak. But the consultant certainly needs to digest all that information a lot more closely to come up with any recommendation on specific.
Clear, the piles of this building will be going down 38 meters, not 3.6 meters.
No, through the chair, that's not what I said. To answer Councillor Courtney's question, he asked me how deep did the boreholes go down. I indicated 28, but I corrected myself in terms of 38 meters deep. It does not necessarily mean that this building may need piles. It may need a raft foundation, but that analysis still needs to take place when considering what building we are putting on that site. So at this stage, we don't know.
This whole thing starts to give me a bit of a heebie-jeebies, like the Trafalgar Centre, to be honest, with the 11 metres or 3.6 metres, and whether it's a raft or a bulbous piles. But I'll leave that for future development.
Sorry, through the chair, I need to say I don't think that's a fair enough. I don't think that's a fair comparison at all, and I need to say that for the record.
Well, I think Trafalgar Centre was an area that we originally thought was of great liquefaction issues, and then it was further investigated to be not. And now we've got the Becker report now saying it is in that area, both at Trafalgar Centre and the library area. When we've had reports, so I've got two lots of reports now in front of me. One saying there's not a liquefaction possibility, another saying it is.
So I think what we need to do, Councillor Skinner, is just clarify what the reports are saying in terms of liquefaction risk. So I do recall in Te Hunanui, we did a pretty big area around liquefaction risk, and then that gets refined on a site-by-site basis. But I think what Mr. Lovertis is doing, which is what we asked him to do, or we asked the project team to do this, is we wanted a really good understanding of the geotechnical nature of this land, and that will include liquefaction. I would, is going to look at those things, and we'd expect that to be coming back, because that is as you've identified, and other elected members and myself, this is an area that we really want to understand, because depending on what the soils are like, it can add a significant amount of cost to trying to get construction underway. So it can do, or you have other responses that you need to use instead of, as Mr. Levitas has said. So I'm not, at this stage, I don't think we need to get...
The last thing, this just raises a concern with me. We've got this Becker report, which is now affecting several thousand properties on their LIM reports, showing that they're possible liquefaction, and public properties, reasonable properties have to live with this over their heads, and yet we are able to further investigate quite rightly in these areas to be either confirmed or denied. But it just further illustrates this Becker is a very broad stroking, maybe it's too broad a stroke to include those areas of the CBD and where the library and Fouga Centre is. But in the meantime, residential properties sit with us on their head, on their LIM reports, trying to explain to insurance companies or potential buyers, no, this is just a broad brush stroke. It may not be the case.
I'm not sure if Mr. Arthur is with us today, but that's that process for those letters have gone out through the regulatory part of the council. Ms. Barton, I understand you had sufficient information that you needed to send the LIM notices out. But I'm not sure, are they, as councillors, going to throw in broad brush, or what would you describe them as? And then I would like to get back to the library matter.
So through the Mayor, no, we have had detailed work undertaken, and those reports have been peer reviewed. So they're not broad brush, and there is a process at the moment where we are seeking consultation and feedback from individuals after we've sent those letters out. All right.
Topic to come. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now, who's next on the list? There's a lot of questions today, Alice. All right, I think that's exhausted the questions. So let's have a look. We are receiving this report. This is a receiving report. Someone care to move that we receive the report? Mover, thank you, Councillor Eger. Seconded by Councillor Neil Stevens. I'll ask you to now vote. No one needs to speak to the receiving. Thank you. That is carried. Thank you very much. Now, Alice, are you here for the next report as well?
Yep. So, if we're moving to that, I've also got Emma Thompson from Public here as well, in case people had any specific discussions around the comms strategy. But otherwise, yes, it's very much as this report states. Just trying to bring it up.
Emma, welcome to our meeting. So we're nice to see you, and you've helped been part of the team that's been working on this plan. We'll open for questions first, and then we'll come to, or Alice, is there anything that you want us to highlight in relation to the report? I think we'll take it as read.
No, I think the main thing is that it's actually been quite an exciting process, and that it's really drawn together some leading experts within the Nelson community, really volunteered their time to work with council comms people in developing the strategy, so that it's really probably a really good example of a comms strategy that's been developed by people with their heart and soul in it from the community. And so, we're quite delighted with how the strategy reads, and we think that it sets a very good context for really reframing and exciting the community about this project, wherever it may be located. So, it's a very exciting project, and we want people not to lose sight of that. And I think this is a really good vehicle for enabling us to focus it in that way. What are the opportunities for this, for enriching lives in Nelson?
Thank you. Well, I'll open for questions. Any questions in relation to this report? There are no questions. Oh, yes, Councillor Sanson.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, through the chair. So I'd just like to acknowledge all the work that's gone into this, and also apologies for the light. Have morning sunlight finally shining into the kitchen. I think I just want to probably seek some reassurance or clarity that people's concerns about this project. So obviously we know that people are concerned about the cost, although also, you know, there is obviously a great deal of benefit to the community from this project, but there are significant concerns in the community around the cost and around the current proposed location and the vulnerability of that to sea level rise and river flooding. And so I just want to ensure that the communication strategy is going to really listen to those concerns and acknowledge them and take them on board. Because when I read through the strategy, I couldn't help but get the sense that maybe it's almost like a marketing approach to try to convince the community that their concerns around the cost or the location are not valid. And I think we as an organisation just need to really reassure the community that their concerns are valid, even if not everybody shares the same concerns, and that we are going to listen to those and that we are going to take them on board. So can I just get some commentary around that and around the, you know, I guess the intention of the communication strategy? Thanks so much.
Through the Mayor, certainly the strategy sets the sort of high level picture, and right now we're now working on the sort of the detail of what we'll do. But to be clear, there are some really important aspects of the project that really what we're looking to do is have a conversation with the community. So very much, for example, using Shape Nelson, one of the things we're looking to do is having information there on things like cost comparisons, benchmarking with different things, like talking about the information that exists in terms of the DAP process, etc., and you know the area within which this site lives, and things like the economic benefits, what that may be, how this can impact youth, all of those different touch points that are actually of importance to the community and are valid. So really this first stage is around setting that scene and providing that information to enable those conversations to occur. Certainly I'm already in the process of meeting with a number of kind of key stakeholders, starting those conversations, making sure that we're finding out what they want to know, you know, what's important to them, so that we're getting that genuine engagement. So there's no, I mean, I think it's always hard with a high level strategy for it not to feel a little bit once over lightly, but be assured there is definitely the intent that underlying all of this communication is about providing information. It's about listening. It's about all of those things. We certainly have a team within council that will be capturing information through the various ways it may come in through the comms and engagement processes. So all of that will be captured and reported back through to council. We will be holding ourselves accountable, and I know the GRG will be holding us accountable to make sure that we are listening and responding. But at this first stage, it's about providing information and starting those conversations on all of those subjects.
I really appreciate that, Alice. Thanks so much. And I've just got one clarifying question. Once this engagement comes back, so I guess once it's undertaken, it will be reported back to council. After that, will there be some decision-making point where we decide to proceed as currently planned, or whether to review, or what's the process?
So through the chair, what's currently proposed is that we will have the scene setting communication, then we move into the wider communication, community engagement process. The outcome of that has always been that it's to inform the brief for the design team that would be engaged. So that the idea is that the outcome of that engagement process and communication process would be reported back to council with a proposed brief to go out to the architect and design team. So that becomes a point where it's really important for you as councillors to see, this is the analysis of what the community has said to us. This is how we've used it and integrated it into the brief. And it's also important to note that aside from the engagement process, there's other things, like we have brain doing a freeze. We've got our objectives being developed, for sustainability objectives being developed. So they also form part of that brief that we will be developing. So it's not just on engagement, there's these other strands of work, and those objectives, those sustainability objectives are going to be reported through to the August council meeting. So there's all of these threads come together in developing a draft brief that will go to the consultants for them to do the first concept design phase. That brief comes back to council. So it's reported back to you. This is what we've heard. This is what we've done to it. This is what we've crystallised it into in the brief, bringing all these strands together. So that's probably a natural decision point for council. Are you happy with what's proposed? A QS would have been engaged by that point. So we would have some high-level estimates from a QS in terms of what that might be looking like, but really that's probably more useful when you get into concept stage. That's when you can start to get a bit more detail around the costs.
Thanks. Just really quickly, Alice, what was the date for that design brief again? I think you said sustainability objectives in August, but the design brief was what, sometime after October?
It'll come back probably before Christmas. So at this stage, we'd be probably talking the December council meeting. But again, these are slightly fluid dates at the moment. We just sort of we're very much being guided by how that communication phase goes. So dates are a little fluid, but the indicative dates at this moment, it would be probably the December meeting.
Now, I was going to go to Councillor Laurie, but this has taken quite a bit longer than I was expecting, and we haven't had a break. So we're going to take another break. Councillor Laurie, is that okay? 10-minute break, and then we'll be back to Councillor Laurie, Councillor Fulton, and Councillor Courtney. Kia ora koutou. I don't know how many are here. We get underway again. Councillor Courtney, if he's, sorry, pardon me, Councillor Laurie, if he is there as the first person on my list of questions, and then Councillor Fulton, and then Councillor Courtney.
Kia ora. There I am. Just 1 second. All right. Shall I fire away, Madam Mayor?
Yes, just when you're ready, we're all good to go.
Madam Mayor, you're on mute.
Oh.
I'm not hearing things.
I shouldn't be on mute.
Not on mute.
No, you're not on mute.
Oh, that worries me. Councillor Laurie, can you hear me?
Is it just me?
It's
Yes.
just you.
Oh, it is just me. Okay. Hi. Technology, eh? Hey, Alice and Emma, very good to see both of you. Thank you very much for the work that you've done. I'm really excited that we're now talking about something more than a library in this way. I feel that it's taken us too long really to get to this stage. Every time we say library in our comms, people picture a large, expensive building with lots of staff and lots of books, and that to me has only been a very small part, or not a very small part, but a smaller part of the whole opportunity in the project. So I'm really rapt about the direction we're going in. I just want to talk about this language, multi-purpose development with a library at its heart. I love library at its heart, but I'm wondering about the multi-purpose development. I'd just like you to talk me through that, because it seems pretty vague to me, and it sounds to me, someone might hear those words and say that a multi-purpose development is what you call a development when you don't really know what it's going to be. And I'd like to be able to address that, because I think that will be something that we face.
Yes, through the Mayor, thank you, Councillor Laurie. It has been a massive discussion, and we recognise that it is, the name has been a barrier to the project, as you've sort of pointed out. We wanted to ensure that the conversation was open to a broader amount of people than has been before. And in a way, this isn't the name of the project, because the name will be gifted later. So this is a descriptor, a way of sort of almost blandly, sure, having that discussion with a broader group of people. So the multi-purpose, it's going to be used in lots of different ways. It has a different purpose for a lot of different people. So the term is specifically generic enough just to open the door to have the conversation with different people. And we have gone through a number of naming workshops of what we should call it. And we kept coming back to making it this generic descriptor in order to just move on and have the more powerful conversation. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, it does. But I also think that we're very much in, if we're going to actually get this project over the line, we're going to have to win some hearts and minds. Because I have to say, you know, as someone who's out there really talking to people about the opportunity this presents and the need for investment in the city, I have to say it can feel like quite a lonely task. And so now talking about something as vague as a multi-purpose development, I don't know if that helps me in those conversations. And I mean, when I always go back to, you know, knowledge and innovation hub, that includes a library. Those are words I keep going back to, but you know, this is your area of expertise. You didn't think about going with something a little bit more sort of inspiring, like knowledge and innovation hub?
Yeah, we did, and we tested that actually, those sorts of words, and it actually becomes a barrier for a whole other segment of people that felt, you know, testing it even on my 16-year-old son. He said, well, how are my boys at Victory they can't relate to that. Like, that actually is too far for another whole segment of people. So I totally acknowledge where you're coming, and I actually suspect, because now we're getting into the rubber hits the road writing, I think that actually things will start to move. We want to start with this project descriptor, but I can already sense that the context setting, what we aim to do is educate people about what a modern library is, so that the library word doesn't become a barrier anymore, because it encapsulates, a modern library encapsulates the multi-purpose element. So I suspect that we will, as we start writing and really start talking about the project, that terminology may well change, but it's where we're looking to start to keep those doors open. But we acknowledge where you're coming from.
Okay, well, for what it's worth, I would love for us to get to that stage as soon as possible, because I think we're running out of time when it comes to the people of Nelson, because even the people of Nelson who support this idea say to me, but I don't know what it is. I really don't know what it is. So I think we have to move at pace. Just on page 26, it talks about the social and economic challenges and how this investment will respond to that. I think I would suggest that we include in that the challenge that comes with more and more people working from home, because we need things that are going in this new environment, which is going to be the new normal. We are going to need to have things that bring people into town. We are going to need to give the central city gravity that I think it's losing because of this change in the workplace. And this is absolutely key, I think, for what we're talking about, for the investment and the opportunity. So I'd love to see that being tackled, because I think people understand that, you know, and they understand that if there aren't reasons to come into town, if there aren't more reasons for people to come into town, we're going to get fewer people in town. And finally, anyway, for now, this discussion in the document about thought leaders, are there a lot of thought leaders out there talking up this project? Are there a lot of thought leaders who are supporting it?
Absolutely, and the more that Alice is engaging as part of the engagement project, is she's encountering them in every conversation, because once you have that broader context, that discussion about what is the purpose of the project, the penny drops, and then they are like, great, you know, bring it on, I want to talk to my people. And it's examples like the Wellbe project, which has a governance group of Age Concern, Multicultural Nelson, Whanake Youth. You know, they're all sitting there ready to look at how a project like this can solve some of the issues that they're facing when they're working with their people. So the thought leaders are both from a business perspective, library users already who are ready to go, you know, the likes of Anne Rush, who want to talk about it from her perspective, as well as the others in the social area. So the thought leaders aren't necessarily the leaders of a typical organisation that you may necessarily think, but they are actually community leaders working with members of the public that can see the opportunities that this project brings.
Okay, and I have got another question, Mia, I'm sorry, through you. So how do you propose these thought leaders sell the vision? How do you see them communicating this to the people of Nelson Whakatū?
Well, one of the reasons why this first period is proposed to be 2 to 3 months, because it is actually up to them and what suits their channels. So it may be that they've got a Rotary meeting coming up in July and they want to sort of talk about it there, or they've got newsletters or conferences or other board meetings that they want to talk to their groups. So it actually is about creating the content that they may need and the elements that they may need to tell their own part of their story to their people.
Perhaps if I can add a little bit to that, just to give an example. For example, I met with Oranga Tamariki last week, and it was a classic of their immediate perception was they thought it was all locked in and this is it, this is what the project was going to be. And so when they discovered that we were actually wanting to find out what was needed, what they could, what was wanted, what would help, everybody got excited. And so they now want us to come to their session with Nelson at Nelson Girls, where they have a group of teenagers that are really excited by the project. They want me to go and meet with a team of their social workers that are working front face in it. They want to, so you can see that then someone's got excited and it's going to start to flow out to a whole lot of conversations through their channels. And so really that's what we're doing while the comms is going on. Those discussions are to get those people excited. So I met with Multicultural Nelson, similar kind of conversation. They're now going to go and talk to their different communities because it's not done in English. It's not done in our way. So it just takes some time for those ripples to then flow on, but definitely those first conversations, now that people understand that it's a much wider context and it's still open for input and ideas, the excitement is definitely there.
Well, I'm really pleased to hear that, Alice, because what I hear is lots of concern about the price and lots of concern about the location. And people saying, because we have kept using the word library over and over again in our comms, and people keep saying, we've got a library and we don't want a $45, $47, $48 million library. So there's a lot of work to do, and I wish you well.
Look, and through the chair and the conversations I've had thus far, it isn't the library bit that's exciting them. It's the other possibilities that this delivers. And so I think that's what's getting people excited. Everybody knows what the library is. That's not that they're anti that, but it's the other opportunities.
Alice,
thank you.
Laurie, I would say the challenge for me is we haven't been communicating at all about this amazing project. So it's great to get it underway. And I know that you could all talk to me about this all day, but I'm just going to note that I have quite a decent agenda still to transact today, everybody. And I was realistically, this meeting should be just about coming to an end. So if we can just be really focused now on our questions and answers, and we'll get the team out there communicating all about this wonderful, wonderful opportunity using that fantastic plan that we're discussing at the moment. So Councillor Fulton, Councillor Courtney, and then Councillor Sansom.
Thank you, Mayor Rachel. Look, I'll try and be fairly brief, and I'm just picking up on some of the comments from previous councillors, particularly Councillor Sampson's questions around adaptation. And I guess I just wonder if in future the reporting, so on page 45 of our agenda 4.3, it talks about sustainability objectives and it talks about climate change mitigation, but it's silent on climate change adaptation. And I just wondered if maybe the reporting in future could be on climate change resiliency and incorporate both mitigation and adaptation into that, so that it's really clear that we're turning our mind to both and that we're looking at the science of both. Maybe Rachel Pemberton could help with that. And then the second part of that section is on environmental sustainability, which is more about environmental restoration. I think sustainability is perhaps we're trying to restore our environment. And I think that the Biodiversity Forum is very keen to be involved in the landscaping of that project in terms of restoring the environment down to the river. So I just wonder if maybe that could be split into two sections for future reporting so that we fully capture climate change resiliency and how we're going about that, both through the mitigation lens and the adaptation lens. Is it possible to look at that into the future?
Alice, I think.
So through the chair, yes, we can look at that. And as I say, I'm already working closely with Rachel, so we're able to do that. Yeah.
Does that need to be noted in the minutes to ensure that reporting happens?
Well, it's a little bit tricky, Councillor Sansom, because you're actually speaking to the previous item. So we're now on to a new item, but it is. We'll just note that in the minutes now, and Alice has made a note as well and is picking it up. It's okay.
Okay, thank you. And I did wonder if I was speaking to the previous item. My apologies. And then picking up on Councillor Laurie's comments around the name library, I think I still feel similar concerns to him, and I'm wondering if I think it's really important that we look at that creativity and curiosity as well as innovation and knowledge hub. And I guess I'm just wondering if maybe we need to be communicating more words about what this is about. So, because it does feel a bit bland at the moment, and it does feel like a library, people still associate libraries being about books. In terms of connecting to that lower socioeconomic community groups, the Common Unity project in Lower Hutt, we had a movie on that and screening with the Climate Forum, a meeting with the Climate Forum last week, and the Common Unity work really, really is delivering to a lot of what I would like to think the library will deliver in terms of, say, textiles, arts, sort of innovation, creativity, curiosity, providing a safe space for people to come and do things. And I guess I just wonder if you could perhaps capture that a little bit more in the conversation, as well as the conversation around youth. So we've got this sort of kids space, but what about the youth space where it might be that you can make music, there's a recording room, that kind of thing. So how can we perhaps be bullet pointing or brainstorming at the moment some of the ideas that have already come forward as to what this space will be? I understand that you're still wanting more ideas, but I think that the brainstorming has been going on for a number of years, and Richard Redford-Lumvig, I can't quite remember how to pronounce his surname, has already presented to us on numerous occasions. Sometimes it feels like we're starting from scratch again, and I do think that there's been a lot of brainstorming up until this point in time, and it's important that that comes through as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, I've noted those points. Thank you very much. Just on your latter point, absolutely, we have a I was just about to say a library before, and certainly in the story arc 3 that we're developing, we're certainly going to be teasing out the exciting opportunities that you've just mentioned in terms of the actual use. So I'll definitely have noted those things, but they will be coming.
Okay, great. And maybe if you can reach out to Common Unity and see how they've delivered some of that work as well. It's quite an exciting piece of work. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go on to Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mayor Rachel. Alice, are you confident that the public communication strategy that you're going to be introducing will coincide and be successfully alongside the land swap exchange with Wakatu Corporation? I'm just concerned that all your good work will be for naught or for nothing if in fact we don't have a successful outcome with the land exchange. So are you confident that that will proceed with your communication strategy?
Through the chair, I think the important thing, Councillor Courtney, is that we are trying with the communications and the engagement, while we're hearing people's concerns and noting and capturing and responding, the main purpose of this engagement process is to find out what are the opportunities, experiences like the last two councillors have just been talking to. So it's making sure we're reflecting back to people, this is what we're hearing, this is what we think you want. And that's place independent. Now, while it is looking good for the Wakatu site, say worst case scenario that failed, then all this work we're doing is not for nothing, because you take these same ideas to a design of a building on a different site. So in some ways, this conversation is separate to the site conversation, absolutely interrelated, but until you start design process, concept design, that's really where you start locking in what does that look like on this particular site. And that's not in any way meant to mean that we don't think the Wakatu site can work and has not got lots of merits as well as some obvious challenges. But this conversation is around the what, the feelings, the opportunities, the experience. And that is a brief that will inform a design wherever that building may sit.
Thank you for that. That's exactly the same answer you gave me last time I asked the question, but I was excited by the news in your earlier report where you said the negotiations were progressing well, and I thought, well, because I think it's essential. I think an opportunity to be lost, and it'll add to all the excitement of the and promotion of this project if they don't go together and identify a site clearly.
Thank you, Councillor Courtney. All right, let's now, would somebody care to move the recommendations that are coming to us in this report? Somebody care to move? Councillor Courtney, are you happy to move? Yes, I think was that a yes? I think it was.
It was, yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Brand. And I think we've gone around this quite a lot through the questions. So very briefly, we'll come to debate. Councillor Sanson and Councillor Skinner.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, through the chair. So I guess I would just like to acknowledge the staff and others involved in this communication strategy. I still have reservations about this project, which I've traversed quite fully. But I do think it's really important for the community to have an opportunity to really try and understand what the potential of this project could be for our community, location aside. And also for them to really be heard on what they want to see in something which could become the most critical community, and valued community hub in our city. I also think that we need to encourage people to share their concerns around everything, whether that be cost or location, or that it, the existing facility we have doesn't meet their needs in some way, and they, how they would like to see it improved. So I just really urge the community to see this as a critical and a key opportunity to be heard, and for them to know that we are listening and we will be taking on board the feedback that they give us. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Sanson. Move on to Councillor Skinner.
Thank you for that. No, so I can't support this community strategy, and I still can't support this project. We seem to be going out with a communication strategy, convincing the public of what the building will cater for, and to justify what we've made very clear, or the public made very clear they haven't requested, nor I believe support. But what concerns me is we seem to have got around the wrong way. We seem to now trying to justify this project by trying to be something for everyone. I see we're now calling it, shifting it to the Wakatu Nelson multi-purpose development with a library at heart. We seem to be wanting to get the public to come back to us and say, yes, that sounds great, when I don't believe the public asked for this project. Others may differ in their view. I think we're now trying to achieve a one-stop shop building that does everything for everyone, but I can't see that doing it very well in each of those aspects. I still strongly think that this money could be spent far better, more focused on particular community needs or multi-buildings around the region. But no, I'm now even further disillusioned when I see this becoming a very much a multi-purpose, which sounds great, but now we're trying to get those various communities on board to see the benefit of that. Yet we've already decided to build this and where to build it. So I'm disappointed at the vagueness and lack of focus now that this project has now become. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. I'll move to Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think this is obviously a critically important part of this process, and it's a step I personally wish we'd taken a long time ago. What I want is for people to understand the opportunity. And if they understand the opportunity and then they say no, and we say okay, and we don't do it, at least we've had the conversation. But for me, we haven't had the conversation yet because we haven't explained well enough the opportunity that this project presents and the growing need for us to do something that makes our central city a place that even more people want to be now and in the future, particularly in the light of what I was saying before, and that's the changing place of the modern workplace. This project will potentially decide the future of our central city. whether it works or whether it doesn't as a modern city. So that's the importance of this project. And what we need to do now is explain to people what's potentially at stake. And what I want is for any of us elected representatives to be able to walk into a shop, walk into a business on Hardy Street or Trafalgar Street or Bridge Street or an East Street, and be able to go up to the person working there and say, this community hub, knowledge, innovation, library project we're talking about, do you know the arguments for it? And if they can say, yeah, well, I don't agree with you, but the arguments are this, this, and that, then I'll feel like we've done our job. But at the moment, we're not there. At the moment, people, my impression is people haven't taken on board the opportunity and the need for investment in our central city. And that's why this work, this mahi, is so important, and why I wish you well. And it is not an easy task, but like I said before, good luck with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Laurie, I'm just going to speak in support, and then I'll go to Councillor Rainey. I've been waiting a long time, longer than I wanted to, for this piece of work. I think the team has done a fantastic job of setting a platform for those very, very rich conversations, and the ones that Councillor Laurie's just been talking about. And I really encourage it to be an iterative process, so that as you're gathering information and feedback and ideas and concepts, that we're actually, as elected members are getting some insight of what is there to actually spark those follow-up conversations. This is about, from my perspective, the absolutely critical nature of investing in social infrastructure. And that is a core function, if we're going to talk about that, of local authorities, and building the best possible public spaces as an enabler of equity, of enabler of creative exchange, of a enabler and creating a sense of belonging. And that's how I see this project operating. This work that's going to happen now is going to be critical to making sure that we're not taking, in my view, a too constrained approach to this. Yes, there will be choices around it, but this needs to be done, robustly and properly, and really with a highly connected process into the community. So just really thrilled to finally get this today. I wish we'd had it 2 years ago, but and I do think that has left an absolute vacuum, and that's something that we've discussed as the governance group, but now our focus is on actually addressing that vacuum. So thank you for the work. Go to Councillor Rainey and then Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I completely agree with what you've just said, and I do echo much of what all of what Councillor Laurie has just been saying. I don't think for a second that buildings make cities. I absolutely don't think that's what's going to make our city thrive. What's going to make our city thrive is people, and people living in the city, and people living in the city, as well as coming to the city. I have serious doubts whether this project is going to end up being built on the riverbank, but that's not what I want to talk about now, because I do completely endorse and feel very excited about the approach that's being taken by the strategy, which is to get out there and sell the idea and to try and encourage people to start thinking about the possibilities of what could happen with this kind of facility. Where it ends up getting built is immaterial. What is absolutely important is what it could be and what it could do for the city. Nelson is extremely poor in civic infrastructure of this nature, and I have much experience of how long it takes to get civic infrastructural projects up to a point where they actually get built. Well, maybe I don't, because the ones that I've always been passionate about haven't actually been built. And, we're living in a city where the civic infrastructure, in terms of the things that ignite people in their social interaction with their city, much of it was built 2 centuries ago. And it's time to move ahead. It's really time to move ahead. So I am excited about the prospect of getting out there and really canvassing people's views on this. And where it ends up being, let's not worry too much about that at this stage, but get it right in the first instance. Thanks.
Councillor Rainey. Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and apologies if I sound a little dead. I am. I completely agree with everything Councillor Rainey's just said, and I mean, what I'd highlight is that there's no need to guess what the public will think. we can go out and ask them, but more than just asking them, actually having that conversation and providing that full picture of what this could be and what people want this to be. And that's how we're going to create a space that actually delivers to the outcomes that we're seeking to achieve through this process. And, you know, I'm someone who's raised concerns about this project throughout the process, but this is a step that's really important, no matter your views on the project as a whole, because unless we're having these conversations, we're never going to understand actually what the pathway forward is. You know, $46 million for a fancy building, of course, people are going to balk at that, but $46 million of what is fundamentally social investment into social infrastructure is a very different picture, and you don't have to go far to see why benefits that these sorts of projects have had. And in particular, I'm really excited by the potential for increased civic engagement coming out of these new spaces where you have that interface between the city as a organization and a city as people, as Pete has spoken about, and those connections and those ideas and that just coexistence that can come out of these spaces is actually really exciting. So I'm looking forward to having those sorts of conversations with the community.
Thank you. I'm ready to do the vote now, so if you could all use your reaction button and vote, please. Just waiting on, there we go. I think everyone has voted. That is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Emma. Thank you, Alice. I'm sure you're going to really enjoy this next phase. It's going to be fun. Thank you very much. All right, now, councillors, we've got a 1 o'clock hard deadline to come back for NRDA. I was hoping we'd be finished pretty much all the other items, but we've still got a couple to go. I wonder, I think we'll probably break now, and that'll give you, I mean, you come back at 5 to 1, just so we settle and we can start dead on time. That would be great. And then I do want to get the meeting finished. You've got a receiving report in the public agenda. So what I'll do when we come back, we'll do the NRDA item. Then we're going to go to the decision-making item, which is in the confidential agenda, and then we'll come back to the receiving item that's in the public agenda, and hopefully we can get this meeting wrapped up reasonably promptly this afternoon. Councillor Noonan, you've got a question?
Yes, Madam Mayor. There is an item on the public excluded which might need to be transacted so the staff can work on it, but the resolutions need to be changed because what's on the agenda isn't what transacted at the meeting. So I just thought I would add that in.
No, that's right. I think they're across that, but I do have to get those those items dealt with today. So that's why we'll do NRDA and then we're going to confidential. I will see you back here just before 1. Thanks, everyone.
Pat, your monitor's still on. Pat, thank you. Tim.
Kia ora koutou. I'll just check to see how many elected members we've got ready to go. And kia ora Meg, kia ora Fiona. Just
Kia ora.
Good to see you. We just get started.
Brilliant. Kia ora koutou. There's only a few of us from NRDA on the line this afternoon. Presenting the SOI. You know, it's part of a 3-year SOI, but I'm going to hand it straight over to Fiona to take you through the changes, its updates, and present it.
Thanks, Meg. Just before we go to Fiona, I just want to make sure that I've got enough elected members on to make a quorum, so I just need a little count up. Yes, I do believe we do, and we should be able to get started. And Pip, are you happy to start with Fiona's presentation, and then I'll come back to your report? Or would you like to go first?
Oh, no, I'm happy, Fiona, to take the lead. I would point out one small error that is in the report for the elected members, and it is on page 5, and it's table 5.24. It's just minor, well, semi-minor, in that there's a language change for sectors, transitions and growth that is integrated through the report as opposed to being a specific item. And also on Nelson Tasman has a zero carbon circular economy. Unfortunately, the word circular was missing in the edit, but that will be corrected. So just those minor changes.
Kia ora, Fiona.
Kia ora, thank you, Pip. Fiona Wilson Toko Ingoa. Thank you for having us. Yes, as Meg mentioned, there's Tracy Nielsen and Tony Power also on the call. Thank you for your time today. So just by way of introduction, if we could perhaps have the cover slide up, if that's possible. Thank you. Just by way of introduction, just to recap that this is the 2022-23 update on the 3-year statement of intent between Nelson City Council and the Nelson Regional Development Agency as our shareholder, and by doing so covering our work programme with the Tasman District Council and also our other funders, particularly central government. For any members of the public who might be listening, the Nelson Regional Development Agency is a combined economic development agency and regional tourism organisation charged to unlock the economic potential of the Nelson Tasman region. Strategically in 2021, the new SOI Statement of Intent moved to a 3-year agreement for the first time. While Council does not need to supply a new letter of expectation each year unless there's a change of direction, which has not been the case this year, under the Act, we as NRDA are required to provide the updated SOI by the 30th of June each year to reflect any changes in the work programme. So finalisation of this year's updated SOI has weighted on the outcomes, particularly of some key decisions and resourcing implications, notably the Regional Partners Business Programme, Visitor Economy Funding and the Nelson Eyesight. And this, just also noting that this update does follow our very recent meeting with yourselves to update on the 6 months that have been and the 6 months coming. So I won't focus today on projects that are in hand. If I could just please turn to the next slide, please. The principle that we've applied to the update is just that, as an update rather than a rewrite. And so the outcome focus areas of the SOI remain unchanged. And that's that focus on regenerative, productive, resilient, inclusive and creative. And that's to deliver against the 10-year regeneration plan and the longer-term Te Tauahu intergenerational strategy. The SOI that you have in front of you is a final draft. I do note, and thank you for that, Pip, there have been some small proofing edits to be fixed in finalisation, which will be done before we send it back through. The principles applied to the update cover 5 areas: core updates, additional information or initiatives that have come to light, being more explicit on some areas that we could, in some areas of activity that weren't as explicit previously, some structure simplification and reference to COVID. So if I could just now please turn to the next slide. In terms of the key updates or the core updates, we've focused on technical currency of language. So, for example, moving from language around tourism to visitor economy and language around COVID. When the SOI was written, we were moving out of COVID and we were all going to be in recovery. But of course, we then had a second wave of COVID. So we're at a different stage than we expected to be when this first SOI was written. The economic profile is much fuller and had a full updated profile done current as March this year. So there's a fuller profile on the economy and the data. Some findings and adjustments. So I've referenced there the move in language from separating food and beverage and horticulture to refer to food and fibre. That's based both on feedback from the industry and working with them, but also in terms of international terms and standardisation. So working with food and fibre as a combined sector. In terms of funding and resources, I did mention a few of those. Particularly, we were waiting on the Regional Business Partners Programme, which we're delighted was confirmed. So we have that for the next 3+2 years as a contract. We're still working through the details of that contract, but that made a large difference, and we were waiting on that previously in terms of the structure of some of our work programmes as a core programme for us. Interestingly, I would mention not all EDAs around the country bid for the programme again this year, and it is delivered differently in each place. And what I do notice is this region particularly uses that programme very strategically to leverage across other programmes. We connect it more strongly into our other programmes than some other regions do, and it has been held out as a leader in terms of how it's been delivered. It's not attached to, I think, what would have put some areas off. There's no CPI attached to that programme at this stage in the contract, which means effectively it's costing the region more, but we do use that very strategically. In our workforce skills and development, a new programme, which is a year-long programme in digital capability we're rolling out underneath the Regional Business Partners Programme, is a digital boost. And NEIDA's funding, facilitating, I should say, the funding to the region through that. That's where it's an in-out funding, but that adds to income into the region. We have a new programme, which is the Tourism Conservation Broker. This is a pilot programme. It's a joint programme between NRDA, DOC, and funded by MB and MSD, and it's to pilot continual work around the year for individuals in tourism, gaining greater conservation experience, so building both areas. It's a bit of a spin-off to the Jobs for Nature programme. And our Education to Employment brokerage programme, which is run by Ange Campbell, has been extended by a further year to the end of June 2023. Disappointingly, we have found there is no continued funding for year 2 implementation for the Destination Management Plan. I'll come to that in terms of how we work around that, but that was another key area we were waiting for to confirm for the SOI. We've also mentioned in there the closure and pause of the Nelson Eye site. We held off finalising the SOI while that decision was come to, and I'll come back to that at the second part of the presentation. So it's great to have clarity on these points. Structurally, some of these funding programs causes challenges because they're short term, and yet they're strategic in focus. And so we have to be fairly nimble in terms of how we work through that, which is why core funding through the SOI is so important. And so these changes, we reflected them in our work programs. And in terms of the DMP funding, where that's reflected in the work program is we've essentially adapted our work program in terms of reducing scale and lengthening out some of the timeframes. We are able to apply year 1 funding of the DMP right through to the end of this calendar year, and then we're looking very creatively, and we'll be looking at other funding sources, including waiting to see the criteria for the new Tourism and Innovation Fund that's being announced by government. And we will be looking to develop on a much smaller scale a tourism partnership funding programme, which you might recall was in place with industry prior to COVID, stopped during COVID. It's not time yet to try and bring that back in any scale, but certainly adapted to programmes. I'll just pause there because I noticed that Councillor Edgar has a hand up. I didn't know if you wanted to manage that just now. Okay, thank you. If you wouldn't mind moving to the next slide. In terms of additional information and initiatives added to the SOI, we've added to the SOI reporting measures, which were not in the first in the first year's SOI, in part and mainly because these were added to the business plans that followed the SOI. So they've been added in this year. I've also added in a table of programme delivery risks. You'll note that they're all resource related, mostly to do with funding, but also to do with workforce constraints, which Council and every other business in the region is facing at the moment. In terms of emerging opportunities, a A strengthened focus area for us is really the big focus at the moment on developing our blue economy cluster and working to realise the region's potential for that. And that links in closely to the productivity project, which in terms of building and strengthening the productivity of the region, our blue economy is a priority sector for achieving that. In terms of visitor sector regeneration, I've mentioned the tourism conservation jobs broker because that really does sit in the context of the destination management plan and is delivering against that. And additional projects that were not in the SOI last year includes work with the Tasmania delegation in August, the annual briefing for ministers for investment, the digital capability program I've mentioned, and also we're working in collaboration with the region to put a business case forward for a major skills hub to support our major developments, particularly the hospital development, but also with the science and tech precinct, the library development, and many others coming on board. Our skills and training pipeline is going to be absolutely key for us for the next 5+ years. I would also mention with the destination management plan, despite the funding restrictions, that still remains our strategy that we work to. The principles of sustainable tourism, of locals at the heart of tourism, of capacity building absolutely apply. So that remains the strategy we work to. It's just the delivery program that's being impinged in terms of the projects. So if I could please turn slide. In some areas, we needed to be more explicit on the work that is happening but wasn't explicitly stated in the SOI. And particularly, I'd mentioned the creative economy in there, noting the conversation we had at the last council meeting and realising actually what we needed to spell out more clearly and focus on. And also in the visitor sector. In the creative economy, I'd just like to highlight the increased profile of the creative industries and the regional identity, in supporting productivity of those industries in e-commerce or cross-selling, in building the region's profile for film and supporting film industries, in a Makers and Creators programme in the Destination Management Plan, and new curated content in an online guide, and building the digital capability of businesses and the Makers and Creators Trail. So I'd like to spell those ones out. And in the visitor sector, not previously explicitly listed, but really important, particularly in context of the decisions around the eyesight, is the in-region support that we provide for visitors as an RTO. That's online before visitors come, but also once they're here in terms of information and digital information. So we'll come back further to that, but actually it was an area not explicitly listed in the SOI, but absolutely an area of responsibility as a regional tourism organisation. The structure simplification I've referred to really is to streamline and actually to put the work with sectors and industry resilience into workforce development, into the work programme, which is business and workforce development. It's just streamlining it for our delivery. And COVID responsiveness, it's the importance to still keep acknowledging that we need to maintain that responsiveness, which in the last iteration of the SOI, we thought we'd be through a year earlier, but this is maintained and we can fully anticipate what comes next. So it's needing to retain that responsiveness. Thank you, if you can move slides. The financial sections are really just included in the presentation today, just the summary table, which confirms the resourcing confirmed and confirms the eyesight closure. If you could turn to the next slide, please. It's quite small, but really the key points from the summary, acknowledging and thanking you as a council for your maintained core funding and how important that is for leveraging funding from other sources. It leverages over 1.3 million into the region. The total budget reduction, which you can see in the income of about 285,000, is largely due to the destination management plan. The reduction is actually a wee bit less than that because what's included in that income from central government this year is 200,000 through the Digital Boost programme, but that's directly in-out funding. So it actually doesn't come into our, we distribute that straight out to workshops. The reduction of the programme is actually also greater because programmes such as RBP not having CPI attached. So it's, you know, in terms of central government funding, it's just recognising that much of that is in and out. I'd also mention that the central government funding component there, so it includes the education to employment broker, it includes the tourism broker and includes the RBP funding. I'd just say also we've put in there about private sector funding, but that's what we anticipate bringing in. It's not guaranteed at this stage, so we just put a wee star against that. And I've also reflected in there the position with the eyesight in terms of 22-23. In the narrative on the financials, we've mentioned these programs, and we've also acknowledged the pause and closure of the Nelson eyesight on the 30th of June, and the review that will take place over the coming 18 months to look at the most suitable delivery for visitor services. So I would, just before we move on to the eyesight and on the and any questions on the SOI, I would just particularly also like to thank the team at Nelson City Council for really being great to work with this year and working through with us on this. Thank you. And I'll pause there before moving on to the eyesight if that suits you, in case there's for any specific questions.
Thank you, Fiona. I think that's great. Thank you very much for your presentation and the work that's gone into the update. And great to see that all that teamwork coming together, because it's what delivers to our community, isn't it? So I'll go to questions, and I've got Councillor Edgar, Councillor Courtney and Councillor Sansom. And then we'll go on to the eyesight measure.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So one of my questions was on the eyesight, just there was going to be a reporting back, and so I'll hold off my question for that section. Just the other one is just in the identity project. I don't sort of directly, you've got build Māori storytelling and iwi engagement, which is great for the current identity work. Just wondering how arts and creativity are coming into that. I didn't see it in that identity area, and whereas, you know, arts and creative sector are critical for our identity.
They absolutely, and actually the person who's writing the strategic framework into the identity has actually been one of the developers of the current arts creative strategy. So that's been a clear, close link. Absolutely important in terms of the identity of the region, and assure you that will be a strong part of that framework and identity working into that. But I will actually then make sure that that's specified in there as well, so it's explicit.
Thank you. And so just, you know, within the SOI, so is it flexible enough to be able to, you know, respond to what comes out of the art strategy?
I think we have to be flexible because in terms of as an evolving living SOI, you know, we're in current strategies, current information, we're responding to that and taking that on board in what we're doing. I think it's really important that we stay like that across all the areas, actually.
Lovely, thank you.
Yeah, I'll move on to Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mayor Rachel, and thank you very much, Fiona, for your presentation. Can I go right back to the beginning where you started, because I think it's very significant, and I'm sure you do too, and that's relation to moving from 1 year, year-on-year planning to 3-year planning. So my question would be, and I think I know the answers of some of this, but I'm interested to know your reaction to what are the serious benefits for your organisation, you know, moving from year-on-year planning to 3-year planning?
It's actually enormously significant. Very difficult to work year-to-year planning, to be strategic, you know, to have a 10-year regeneration plan, a long-term strategy. You know, the fact that most central government a lot of the central government funding is only 1, if not 2. We're lucky with the RBP, it's 3 funding. At one point early this year, we had 3 lots of funding unknown beyond August this year. So to have the core funding year on year, you know, obviously we've got staffing contracts, we've got commitments to contracts. It's very, very difficult to be year on year, and it would be great to be 5 years, to be honest. But it would be very difficult to manage when all the funding is year on year. And you know, the very fact of trying to retain staff and give staff certainty alone on year contracts, it makes a more uncertain environment. And thank goodness we did move to 3 years, given the year and workforce and pressures that we're now on. So I absolutely commend the council for moving to 3 years. I was at a hui of all the EDAs late last week and was amazed that some are still on 1-year contracts. So yeah, so thank you. And it would be very difficult on a 1-year contract.
Thank you so much for that. And it's important for growth too, isn't it? For your organisation will blossom from here on in.
it really is important if we're trying to be strategic in a long-term in our outlook. And as I said, having this, it's frustrating because some of these programs, something like education employment, where it's youth programs that we're looking at that really are building for the long term, to only have short-term funding programs and only have that outlook makes it's sort of counterintuitive, really. So yes, it's really important.
If I can have just one more question, Rachel, I'd be grateful. Meg, I'm looking at our officer's report here on page 61, and I also saw it on page 98 of your SOI in relation, and you've mentioned it already, not having funding continue for the Destination Management Plan implementation. Was that co-funded in the first year between NRDA and the government, or did they fund the first year in its entirety?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Fiona, but the government funded it in its entirety in the first year. So as Fiona said, we've got an extension out to the end of this year. We've managed to move it past 30 June and get that extension of spending it. But really disappointing that they funded the preparation of a destination management plan, but haven't funded the implementation of that plan.
Did you get the impression, or rightly or wrongly, that it might be ongoing, or were you misjudging that?
Yes,
I'm happy to, yeah. So the implementation, you might recall last year we had the great outcome of the $1 million, which other regions around the country applied for, and that was to support year one of the implementation. It was quite targeted, so it couldn't be provided as grants to business, and it couldn't support the eyesight, for example. But the absolute understanding expectation was that the implementation funding would be for at least 2 years of delivery program. And right the way through this year, we've been working in very good faith with ARTONS, the regional national body, who've been working on our behalf to negotiate and talk about the funding. So it was with great disappointment that there wasn't going to be continued, particularly because regions around the country were all encouraged to write 5-year destination plans with quite significant delivery programs attached to them. So this first year of funding, which we're in, is supporting delivery of 28 out of 49 initiatives. We need to find another way of condensing and supporting those. We have a very good industry reference group that's supporting the plans, but it's the development and the encouragement actually in a very difficult context time as well. It was in a context of when industries and businesses were facing a really challenging time, to then expect them and want them to engage in this strategic planning. So we did have full expectations of of further delivery funding. We now need to focus that where there's specified grants.
Thank you for that.
Moving on to Councillor Sensen.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, through the chair. Kia ora, Meg, Fiona, Tracy and Tony. Lovely to have you here. Thanks so much for joining us, and thank you for this. It's really great to be able to go through this in detail, and I've just got a few questions on 4 pages. So the first one, I'm not sure if you've got our agenda, but it's on page 64 of our agenda, which is the strategic framework. And I just wanted to say thanks for picking up on my comment around a zero carbon circular economy. And I'm just assuming that will be reflected throughout the SOI, that circular will be re-included. I think that's what I heard, but I just want to check. Yeah. And then I had another question on the same table, the first item, which says supporting industry growth, capacity and regeneration. And I just wondered whether industry development is kind of a better way of capturing what we're really looking to do. So it kind of transformation, innovation, and then growing prosperity and that kind of thing. It was just something for consideration. Just that growth can be a little binary.
Thank you. I'll take that on board and go through it actually and clarify that growth, yes, it's absolutely about the prosperity and the richness. So we'll have a look at that. Thank you. And yes, absolutely confirming that was an error and edit, that word fell off. So thank you for that.
Thanks. Yeah. And so on page 77, which I think is page 9 of the SOI, it talks about the creative economy and our emerging creative class. So I just had a couple of thoughts on that, I guess Nelson has long been known for being home to many creatives. So I wondered if it's really emerging or if it's maybe strengthening rather than emerging. And then my thought on class was that there are, I guess, negative connotations with, classes of people. And unfortunately, we probably do have an creative class who feel that they are under compensated for the work that they do. And I just wondered whether sector or something like that might be a better way to describe them than as a class of people.
And as you're aware, the creative class is sort of an international term, isn't it? The creative class. Very happy to use sector, and definitely we'll have a look at that. Thank you.
That's great. Actually, I didn't know that, so that's really good to know. But I wonder if it's come from artists often being, struggling financially. Then I guess the next one, I just wanted to, put this out there. I've put it on this page, but it's merely probably just more of a, I guess, a provocation that I was wondering whether NRDA as an organisation and the board, whether you ever talk around the concept of degrowth. So I just want to kind of define that for you. Degrowth is qualitatively different from negative economic growth. Sustainable degrowth reduces industrial throughput to avoid global warming and nature loss and restructures the economy to avoid recession and ensure wellbeing outcomes. And really, there's quite a lot of thought leadership emerging globally around the need to really be thinking around a planned degrowth, which actually focuses on increasing productivity and prosperity and wellbeing outcomes rather than the number of widgets. And I guess if you think about this in terms of our visitor sector, it's really probably looking at growing the quality of the visitor and the kind of experience that they're having rather than necessarily the quantity. So I just wondered whether NRDA has had any conversations around sustainable degrowth and the opportunities it presents for sector transformation and improved wellbeing and prosperity outcomes.
We haven't. Oh, sorry, got Meg. Yeah.
Oh no, I was just going to jump in and say, Councillor Sampson, without calling it degrowth, that is definitely the conversation and the foundations that we've been looking at. So wellbeing underpins all of this strategy, for the region. The productivity program of work that Fiona is working through and looking at our frontier firms. It's all underpinned by wellbeing for this region without knowing it was called degrowth.
So we could lead. Our region, we want to be leaders in this space. We could lead by starting to actually have those conversations around what it really means. But yeah, that's great to hear anyway. Page 83, it's just potentially a typo. So that's page 15 of the SOI. In the most right-hand column under productive, it says our productivity gap has reduced in 2022, but I think it's should be 2032. Is that right? Because it's the regional outcomes 10 years on.
Oh, I'll check on that. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. And then the last one really is just looking on the next page down, the stakeholder ecosystem. It's just so great to see this. So I had a couple of thoughts. When I look through all of those stakeholders, I guess an area that's kind of really missing for me is environmental stakeholders. And we have two in particular that are contributing millions and millions of dollars to the region. So the Nature Conservancy is one, and then Forest and Bird is the other. And I actually reached out to Debs Martin, who is the Nature Conservancy funded lead for Kotahitanga Mō Te Taiao, to see whether Kotahitanga Mō Te Taiao was ever, was working with NRDA in any of these conversations. And she felt that because Kotahitanga Mō Te Taiao is already an alliance of councils and iwi and DOC, that actually a more appropriate stakeholder for something like this would be the Nature Conservancy. I mean, they've identified our region as one of the key areas in which they're investing significant funding into both restoring the environment, but also employing, people and training. So I just wondered whether it would be an option to include the Nature Conservancy. And then she also suggested Forest and Bird, and I know that they are also investing many millions of dollars also into environmental restoration and skills training in the region as well.
Thank you, will do.
And then just on the other side, under schools, I just wanted to check if you're aware of the Kahuiako, the communities of learning. So for our region, we have 3, one which is Nelson City, one is Stoke and Tahunanui, and the third one, which is Waimea. And they are, I guess, a group that has responsibility led by one, usually principal, that feeds into all of the schools. And that would just be a really great way to connect some of what you're looking to do in terms of skill development and pathways and trying to keep young people here and inspire them around the opportunities to kind of work with the leads of the Kahuiakos would be great. And I can pass those details on. Or
thank you. We'll connect that into the Education and Employment Programme, actually. Thank you.
Okay, that's all. And thanks. It's really great to see this, and just thanks for all your wonderful work.
Thank you.
So, Councillor Laurie, Fiona, when you're doing that reflection on some of the word discussions around words, can you just reflect quite carefully on changing creative class to creative sector, given the Richard Florida, where it's coming from that piece of work? So just to make sure that it fits appropriately with that context.
Yes, I will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you from me as well to the team who've got us here. It's a really good read. Just 5.4, page 62 of the report. I've seen this before, but this reference to visitor instead of tourist to reflect the increased importance of domestic tourism. Does this mean that we now view people from overseas as tourists and people from Aotearoa, New Zealand, as visitors?
I'm going to particularly refer to Tracy on this one, because this is her area of passion in terms of why we refer to visitors rather than tourists. And it would be, so if you'd like to talk about this one, Tracy.
Yeah, sure. No, yeah, good question, Matt. I haven't sort of ever interpreted it as domestic versus internationals. I think the tourism term has become a little bit old school, and instead the visitor reflects the manaakitanga when people come to a town, whether they come from Oamaru or they come from Ottawa. Yeah, I think the idea of somebody visiting and being a visitor to a region is, is a term that's being used a lot more nationwide, so we're not differentiating it whether they're domestic or international. Right. But we have moved away from that tourism sort of idea, and that the visitor's always keeping the local and community at hand, whereas tourism sort of started to have a bit of bad press around freedom campers, how people interacted when they visited us. So we're sort of really following international guidelines in terms of
Cool. I was going to say the word tourist almost seems a bit tainted
today. Totally.
Yeah,
bad connotations.
But do you think changing the word from tourist to visitor might also help to change some behaviours from our visitors, perhaps?
We would like to think so. And Minister Nash, has been mentioning for some time that we should be attracting high value visitors, and there's quite a bit of misinterpretation around there. And the high value visitor isn't the wealthy American who's going to helicopter to Split Apple Retreat. It's about how people interact once they're here. So that's a really big focus. And we're working on quite a big program on how visitors supporting the environment, how people can give back when they visit.
Right. And is it just branding, or to pick up on Councillor Sanson's point, does a move to visitors over tourism suggest more of a quality rather than quantity approach?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Great. Yeah, well, it's interesting because during lockdown I got a huge amount of feedback from people about tourism, and quite often they were people who even worked in the sector saying, you know, this is an opportunity for us to make some changes, and we've got to make it because things are getting way out of hand. So
absolutely,
I think it's great that this reflects that. On page 63, we're talking at 5.13 about the creative economy and initiatives and strengthening of the region's film profile. I believe I've seen somewhere else in a report talk about starting again a Top of the South Te Tauihu film office. I was talking to some film producers at the Top of the South Film Festival a week or so ago, and they were expressing a little bit of skepticism about that concept because they said it didn't necessarily benefit the local industry. If you get more people to come and shoot films here, you get great images, but they'll bring their own crews, they'll bring their own people, they'll be actually putting money into someone else's economy. Have you got any thoughts about that?
It's interesting. It is a balance, isn't it? Because I think with the focus on film, and obviously Marlborough have the film office, and the discussion we're having is rather than necessarily creating our own, that we become Te Tauihu Film Office. But the other part of the film is having a good stock of images for filming here, but also to profile the filmmakers that we have here and to network them as well. So to create a good database of the film support capability we have here. So hopefully they won't bring all their own teams and support with them. You know, as we see through the film festival, there's a huge range of skills and related companies here. So it's really the three-pronged. Yes, to profile us, to bring films in, but also very much to profile who we have here and their capability, and to profile the places that we have for filming. But yes, that is a key balance. That's a key balance to get right, isn't it? And to make sure that they're not just being bypassed.
Just a very quick aside, many years ago, there was a fantastic TV show called Alias. It was a spy show, starred Jennifer Garner, and it was made by J.J. Abrams. Well, one night, everyone in Nelson Whakatū got a big surprise because on that show, a scene popped up, and it was an image of Kaiteriteri, and the caption said, Nairobi, Kenya. But it was still fun for us who were watching. Last question from me. I couldn't help but note that on the cover of this document, you've got a lovely photo of the centre of New Zealand and that weird sort of statue needle thing with the plinth that's on top of the centre of New Zealand. It's the same picture that we've got on the front of the annual plan. Was that intentional?
No, it wasn't, but we can change it.
I don't know if you want to. It's a nice photo.
We can change ours. I think yours takes the lead. Just.
I don't know if you need to. Just thought I'd point it out.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Lara, can I just add in a document I've just read on one of our New Zealand's leading tourism companies, they've changed the word from tourist to visitor to guest. So actually, it really is a direct shift in behaviour and expectations both ways.
Do you think we should just jump straight to guest?
We'll leave the team to reflect on that.
Thank you.
It's certainly very consistent with the Tiaki promise, isn't it? So it's a good fit. I'm going to Councillor Fulton, and then we'll come back to the report, and we've got some recommendations in the report.
Thank you, Mayor Rachel. Look, I just have a couple of comments or feedback and a few minor changes perhaps you can pick up on. I just think this is so excellent and it's great. And thank you so much for picking up on our feedback and working so hard to incorporate it. It's a really exciting document to read and really inspires me, and it's a real feel-good document as well. So I think that you're definitely working in the right direction, and that's exciting to see. I just picking up on Councillor Laurie's questions around words, whether it's tourist, visitor or guest. On page 84, where you talk about stakeholders, I've always found that a very corporate term, and I wondered if maybe you could consider a different word, whether it's community network. I'm not sure what the word is, but stakeholders is a very corporate word. And I note in that it seems like we're a bit silent on Nelson Marlborough Health and the role they play in looking after our health sector, as well as sort of the work they're doing on the Good Food Cities and how that can shape our economy into the future, plus our community and whānau Now, I've recently heard that we no longer call volunteers, we call them whānau. So that's another change that how do we support our volunteer network, because they are a big part of our economy in terms of keeping it going. So I think that we could capture that in somewhere, if possible, on that page. Do you want to comment briefly on that, Beck?
Just to say, yes, absolutely, can take that on board. Thank you. And it's interesting, I hadn't heard the change of term from volunteers, so I will look into that one. Thank you.
Yeah, so Common Unity is now using the word whānau instead of volunteers. Right. They only have whānau people working alongside them. Yeah, so I think that that's quite a nice change as well. On page 80, your heading is environment, but I would love it to read environment and climate. This is the page where you're talking about our economic challenges. Mm-hmm. Most of the paragraph refers to climate. So if the heading could just say environment and climate.
Absolutely.
And then picking up on Councillor Sanson's a question around degrowth on page 77, you refer to the green economy, the part of the economy focused on sustainability. I would love that to read on climate resiliency and environmental restoration. I think sustainability is a word that's been used for many decades, and it can sometimes it's a bit like tourism. There's a feeling in the community that we're not necessarily sustainable, and probably sustainability actually means the definition which Councillor Sanson just read out around degrowth. If you want to define sustainability, I'm comfortable with it, but I would see it as a similar to a degrowth, and perhaps that's the new word to be using rather than sustainability. But my preference is that we talk about climate resiliency. Otherwise, in that green economy section, you're silent on climate change.
And thank you. And I'll also refer that through to the regeneration plan as well.
Yeah, that would be great. I just think sustainability is a little bit like tourism. It's a word which can make some people feel like we're not taking climate change or environmental restoration seriously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I go to Councillor Edgar, I'll just note that what our recommendation today says is we're going to agree that the NRDA SOI meets Council's expectations and is approved as the final statement. Now, if there are going to be editorial changes, then I'm going to need to have a way of addressing that as part of our decision making today. So if the officers can just have a think about that. Fiona, I know you're going to reflect on the feedback today. I think minor editorials are within the scope of just the way that and it's up to you really to call them, I think, you and Meg to decide on those. But we just need potentially to have a clause added to our recommendation for clarity. So I'll just leave the officers to think about that while I go to Councillor Edgar.
I've already said half of what Councillor Edgar was going to say, because we were starting to get into a lot of minor editorial changes to what is the final document. Mm-hmm. And we haven't actually necessarily discussed any of them. I couldn't keep up with all the proposed changes, so I don't actually know what they all are. So yeah, I was suggesting that we did need one of our standard delegating clauses, and whether it's the NRDA chief executive, our general manager of strategy and comms, and maybe acting mayor might be the three, but I'm open to other suggestions. From the discussion, I don't think I heard anything that goes beyond minor editorial changes, but there was just a lot that has just come out from all the various speakers. And so that's not really, to me, the same as signing off. Here's your final, we're good with it as per the resolutions as they stand. But yeah, happy for comments from staff.
Well, I think we are at the point where if there are going to be any changes, they're going to have to be noted as minor editorials. They can only be minor editorials, in my view, at this point. There's been enough time now to look at the substantive matters, so I didn't hear anything that I would consider went beyond that either. So we'll just wrap round. Obviously, we'll come back on that one in a moment. Fiona, you were going to move on to the eyesight matter as well, so let's do that now, and that'll give the officers time just to think about that wording. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could move to the next slide, please. So this was, I've just got a few slides here to update since we had the media release on the 3rd of June that we'd be closing the current Nelson Eyesight Physical Visit Support Service and pausing and reviewing the appropriate service over the next 18 to 24 months. So just to note, we have actually had a significant number of responses from industry and operators to the media release. They've come particularly to Tracy as the Visit Destination Manager. Tracy, do you want to comment on the tone of those?
Oh yeah, they've actually all been surprisingly positive. We've had comments from about time, not surprised. You know, it was inevitable. Thank you for all your good work. The model isn't right, hasn't been right for a number of years. So all really great, to be honest. In fact, I think we've had one who said, oh, hugely disappointing, how can I help? And in fact, operators have rallied round and said, how can we do a pop-up over summer? What can we do? So there's some really good conversation and Carrero happening.
And I think it was very, very interesting, very much a tone of look, it's sad to see that it's time and understanding and not inconsistent with what's happening around the rest of the country, as we're aware. So we've got a transition plan in place now for the next 24 months. Obviously the objectives of that as we have on the slide here. So it's immediately to assist staff transitions, to ensure that our neighbouring and our member businesses are informed of what our next steps are, to provide the alternative user-friendly information for customers and visitors, and to set the foundations for this future solution. So we've just set these out in what's happening right now in June, the next 6 months, and then for 2023. If you could please turn to the next slide. So current and in process, we're providing the ongoing support for the eyesight staff and thanking them for the great job they've been doing in challenging circumstances. We're working now for the online information updates and referring that. There's the actual closure process to move through, ensuring that our signage, branding, stock, preparing, repurposing is taken care of. And in terms of information, so there's a process in place for frequently asked questions, sharing that with neighbouring businesses. We've got listed there, you know, the frequently asked are things like the Wi-Fi locations, the drive times, the family-friendly activities. We're looking at the existing booking systems and where the alternatives to providing bookings are. That's for things like the ferries and bus bookings and so on. And we're confirming the arrangements for the trial with the digital signs, that's the QX signs. And Tony, I'm going to just refer to you now, who's been having those conversations in particular, if you could.
Sure. So we're working closely with the quick signs. They're on the ship on their way here, and we're going to support Arco and his team through the resource consent process, and they're really excited about having a trial in the Malazaka area. So we're hoping in the next 2 to 3 months we'll have that up and running and ready to go. So that seems to be all moving along nicely.
Unfortunately, it's not something we can have up and running on the 1st of July, simply because they are still on the ship and have the same supply delays that a lot of things are having, but we're certainly having those planning conversations to have them in place. If I could please change to the next slide. So for the next 6 months, we'll be maintaining that digital information, the visitor phone line, the emails, referrals. In terms of the online visitor information and services established, it's ensuring there's a strengthened online presence, including continually updating the frequently asked questions, that in terms of information provision near the eyesight, we're exploring things like the traditional tear-off maps for CBD businesses, involving neighbouring businesses more, ensuring there's good supply of brochures at select locations, trialling the digital sign, the QX sign, starting to research the alternative, in terms of the promotion of the alternative booking locations. That's underway now, and we will have those in place for the 1st of July. And working very much with the CBD retailers, including uniquely Nelson, in terms of updating the information and planning for the pop-up support for the cruise ship arrivals. As Tracy mentioned, actually a number of operators, we've already engaged with a number of operators who'll be looking at and working with that, and we'll be talking to other organisations like the airport in terms of what additional information we're providing at those locations. Moving forward, if I could, to the next slide, in 2023, next year we'll see us maintaining that support, keeping the digital capability building for tourism businesses so that they themselves are having better online information, keeping a redistribution of the information to CBD businesses, and starting the research, which will have already started actually, in terms of the feasibility of what's the best service model going forward. The trial options will include the airport, the cruise ships arrivals, conference support, and for major conferences. In terms of the planning and implementation of the recommendations, that'll be later in the year. There has been the national, as you know, the national review of the eyesight model, which the model is a tier 1, tier 2 option, which we've previously mentioned to council. So we have kept open the non-binding expression of interest, that we include the possibility of the tier 1 as part of the considerations of it as we look at the model going forward. Now, we know the funding that was announced by government for this is for capital works only. It's for 50-50 for rebranding, but we have put in the expression of interest to keep it as an option for consideration, and we'd be keeping council informed, and that would be a decision being made with council, obviously. So just to let you know, we are keeping that as an option open. And just for that last slide, please. So just in summary, for the 1st of July, the building will be closed on the 1st of July. There will still be staff support for the next few months, specifically of the eyesight. And then after that, the phone lines will be coming through to the NRDA offices. We will need to make sure we have the process of closure to make sure road signage, building signage is complying with the eyesight national requirements, that's removed. We're keeping good relationships with the eyesight, the National Eyesight Group. So that's in terms of our own considerations. We will be ensuring there's digital information and online information in place, and referrals, and in terms of alternative visitor information and booking, making sure that's in place. We will have the digital signs underway and planning underway, and have the solutions for bookings, such as the buses, the ferries, and so on. I think I've covered everything, but please, Tracy and Tony, if I have missed anything, please could you mention it?
Thank you, Fiona. Looks like you've covered it all. I'll go to Councillor Ika for a question.
Yeah, so my first is just a basic process question, just as to whether this meets the resolution we set, which I think was at the 19th of May meeting, whether it assumed a written report, or whether we just need to note in the minutes that we consider this satisfies the resolution, which said requests a report back to council on short-term solutions for visitor information services at the 14 June council meeting.
I'll go across to Pip for your comment on that matter. Thanks, Pip.
We took it that because it said a report was required, that a verbal report would meet the resolution requirement.
Right, I think we should just note today that, that if everyone's happy with that, we're noting that we consider this to be the report back. If everyone's happy. If you're not,
I probably wouldn't normally, but I do think that what has been provided is perfectly sufficient. So I'm happy with what's been presented today. So I like the objectives, Fiona. They'll mention web presence, but social media presence will stay as well.
Absolutely. In fact, do you want to expand on that, Tracy?
Yeah, absolutely. And it'll be even more important to profile things to do in that. Yeah. So it'll be a key part of our focus moving forward.
Okay, thank you. And then just, you know, I guess most international people, I know you've provided a percentage previously, but I'll just say most international people, you know, stop off at their some original point of destination. You know, they don't frequently go Auckland straight to Nelson in the same day, or Christchurch or Wellington. You know, they stop off. So we still have good, you know, sort of presence at those you know, key destination locations, so that, you know, especially if they're coming to Auckland, they might then go, you know, not have everything about New Zealand locked down, So we still have good information there as well.
Yes, absolutely. All the key entry ports will absolutely be continuing. So it's time to update our visitor guide and maps. There's quite a lot has changed. So yeah, that's a priority. Yep.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Entry ports, that was the word I was after. Thanks, Tracy.
Well, thank you, Tracy and Tony and Fiona and Meg. We really appreciate the work that's gone into this SOI that we've got today, and I think the 3-year approach is working really well for us, for both the shareholder and for the company. So thank you for taking a more strategic approach. It's great to see, and we look forward to the year ahead. It's an exciting time. I would just endorse your comments before, Fiona and Meg, about the disappointment around destination management plan implementation. That was I think a lost opportunity in my view from the minister and the ministry. We were hopeful some money would appear in the budget, but it didn't. So that will be creating some challenges for all parts of New Zealand, particularly as we start to really rethink our visitor economy, or our guest economy, as we come through the impacts from COVID. So look, disappointing, but the great thing was that the regional partners program did come through, and that was really critical for us. So well for the region. So well done, and thank you all very much for your ongoing work. I know it's been a long year for all of you. You've been doing a massive amount of support to our regional economy, to the businesses, to people, to industry sectors right across the board. So I just want to thank you for your leadership. It's quite inspiring what you've been able to achieve under incredibly trying circumstances. So thank you for coming in today. And Meg, if there's any closing comments, I'll come across to you, and then I'll go to, hopefully we'll move the recommendations.
Thank you, Mayor. I did just want to say, actually, at the end of this, at our AGM, we've got 3 directors standing down. So I guess wanted to take the opportunity to really publicly thank them. So Al Dunn and Marina Hurst-Tristram, who have been inaugural board members, and Jeremy Banks. So we will be going to market to look for replacement directors. But I think it's really appropriate that we give a shout out to them. Thank you.
Look, absolutely. Thank you, Meg, for confirming that we'd have 3 who were finishing their term. They've done an extraordinary amount of work, and you're right, as establishment directors into this new enterprise. So they've all been incredible contributors, and I wish them well and thank them on behalf of the council for their service to our community. Thank you very much. We'll now have a look at the recommendation, and we might have an extra clause that's going to pop up on the screen with a little bit of luck. Perhaps. Here we go. I think that captures what we need to do. So that's just allowing any little minor editorial amendments to be made prior to the release. All right, now I'm going to do this all together. Somebody care to move the recommendations? Thank you, Councillor Fulton. Seconded by Councillor Courtney. Does anyone wish to debate today? I think we've captured.
I just want to say that I didn't see that. By the time I get my screen up big enough, it's gone. So I've got no idea what that recommendation was.
Well, what we'll do is we'll put it back up while Councillor Fulton is speaking to the motion.
Oh, that'd be great. Thanks.
Thanks, Mayor Rachel. I just wanted to debate really briefly. I think, look, this is a fantastic piece of work, and I'm really encouraged by the direction the NRDA is taking. I think it's super exciting. Picking up on our earlier items on the agenda in terms of the library, I guess I'd always envisaged that the library would be a place for guests or visitors to the region as well, and maybe some of this, what was in the eyesight, could be considered within the library new location and within that hub. I've always imagined that the library would be a bit like Te Papa in terms of a visitor experience for locals as well as for guests. It should be the place where everyone wants to go when they visit the region, and everyone wants to go when they live in the region. So maybe that's something that the NRDA should be a little bit more involved in maybe that's one of the key relationships that we should be thinking about in terms of that economy. I heard Councillor Laurie mention that the library will be central to our economy, particularly if it's an economy around degrowth or true sustainability. So I just wonder, I just feel like it's quite exciting. I feel like our previous items on the agenda connect really well into the direction the NRDA is taking, and there's potential to pick up on that loss of the eyesight within our new library thinking. And finally, I just wondered what was happening to the eyesight building, if it's going to be empty, potentially some of the library that could become a community hub into the future for the library while the library is closed.
That's a discussion for another day. So
yep.
Thank you.
I'm ready to put it out there.
Ready to do the voting. So if you'd like to now use the reaction button to vote. That's everyone in, I think. Thank you, that's carried. Thank you, Meg, Fiona, Tracy and Tony for coming to see us today, and thank you very much for a really sound SOI.
Kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora.
Thanks very much. Bye.
Bye. All right, Council, we're going to now move into confidential to do the next items. I'll get us in there, and I'd like to keep going if I could, just for a little bit longer, try and get through a little bit more of this. Moved by Councillor Edgar. Do I have a second to go into confidential? Thank you, Councillor Bywater. I'll ask you now just to vote to go into confidential, and then I'll just, actually before I do that, I'll just ask you, can you please signal with your reaction that you're in a place where you cannot be overheard or overlooked. So we can just do that one.
Give me a moment, Madam Mayor, I'll just move into a different room completely out of, I'll get a second.
Okay, that's fine. I won't start the confidential matter till we've got your confirmation back. So you do your moving around, it's all good. All right, subject to Councillor Skinner will come back and confirm now. We'll take the reactions down, and if you could just re-vote now to go into confidential.
Question prior to you going into confidential, if I may.
Depends what the question is.
Is it as per the agenda with 2 items? Is that all we're doing in confidential?
That's all we ever do in confidential.
No. Well, I'm just wondering whether I've got all the papers, because we had quite a lot come through in different times. So is that as per, that's the only 2 items? We've only got 2 items to deal with.
The only 2 I'm taking into confidential. If somebody's chief executive's got any others, you better shout out pretty quickly. But as far as I know, it's 2.
Okay, no, that's fine. I've got all the paperwork. Thanks very much.
That's lovely. Thank you. I've put the motion. Everyone's voted. It is carried. So we'll just a couple of minutes to stop the live streaming. Councillor Skinner's confirming that he is in a place where he can't be overseen or overlooked. Thank you, Councillor Skinner.
If I had to wrestle the cat outside, he wasn't very happy about it. We're all confidential now.
Well, I'll just wait for live streaming to stop. Someone will let me know.